17438. I've got some great vouchers like Thirsty Whale Restaurant and Bar vouchers, Kurunga Park Scale Railway vouchers, Yark City Side vouchers. I've got Rosie O'Grady's Taradale vouchers, Carl Carpendale 77G mini posters. And just as I say that, he hands over another stack. Thank you, Carl. Good luck tonight, buddy. And thanks to B-Dub Photography, some really cool A4 action photos. They really are cool. So we've made up prize packs. And, of course, you can win them tonight if you're the lucky winner in our text phone competitions. The way that works, if you do win, you get text back a 4-digit code. And you bring your phone up to us down here on turn 3. That we're in the green shack. You come up the stairs, come in and see Ian, show him the code, and he will hand the prize over to you. So good luck if you're entering those and if you win some tonight. So grab some food. Please remember it's a non-smoking, no vaping stadium. There are areas behind the grandstands and over by the club rooms in the pit area as well. We've got lots of good racing. Apart from TQs tonight, we also have night 1 of our Streetstock best pairs. We have also got on our program, as always, sidecars and youth mini stocks. How good was that youth mini stock Hawke's Bay title a week and a half ago with Seth Island taking out that championship, proving to be a star, that young man. Sidecars on the program, thanks to David Jones Motors, but it's all about our main sponsor this weekend, Novus Glass, repair and replacement. Hopefully, it's a business that you never really need to use, but they're there when you do, and Novus Glass are the number 1 in glass and repair replacement people, so check them out. If you're looking for a really cool calendar, some Speedway calendars, and there's not many left, there's 48 photos in each of these, 12-page calendars. That's a surprise, seeing as there's 12 months. There's 2 sorts. There's a very limited edition sprint car and midget calendar left. Oh, no, actually, there's more of those, or there's only 2 of the open wheel Speedway, which is Sprint Midget TQ Quarter Midget Vintage as well. They're only $20 each, and you can get them from the office down here in the same facility that we're in. Just $20, and we're only halfway through the first month, so you still get 11 and a half months for your dollars. I think that's a deal. So go and check them out. Don't be too slow on it. There's not a lot of them left. Come and check out all the race cars in the pits. You've still got a little bit of time, just under half an hour to go now for the first of our races tonight, which will be the 007 Youth Mini Stocks of 10 laps. And those of you that have got friends that aren't here, like I said, text them, tell them to get to the Speedway. Plenty of time. They can have dinner here. The best open wheelers will be racing tonight. You saw how good it was when the sprint cars were here and we had the TQ Hawke's Bay title. It's going to be even better. It's a New Zealand championship up for grabs. Or, at the very least, tell your friends to tune in to the live stream through Kiwi Motorsport Media. Once again, welcome race fans to Meeanee Speedway for the Novus Glass New Zealand TQ Midget Championship. 2 years we've been waiting for this event. 46 of the best open wheel races from around the country, including the four-time and defending New Zealand champion Jeremy Webb from Christchurch. We're just around 5 minutes from race number 1. Just a little bit more work went down on the track there as they ran the roller around it, as we all know. So much rain around the country in the last few weeks. And we saw some very fast hot laps out there as the drivers put the cars through the paces earlier on in practice. So just doing that little bit of remedial work to the circuit. Slight change in the program for you tonight. So if you've got a program sheet with the race schedule on it, take out event number 1, which is Youth Mini Stocks. So the first race of the night will be TQ qualifying groups A and F. And then we do another change around event number 7, which will be mini stocks. I'll fill you in on that when we get to it, but we're going to be kicking off the night's action straight away with TQ qualifying groups A and F. Brought to you, of course, by Novus Glass. Hopefully you've grabbed some tasty food from around the track. Go and visit Hughesy's Red Shack off turn 4. Or Kevin in the Potato to Go kiosk for those piping hot meals in a container. Absolutely chock-a-block full of goodness, those spuds. Or if you want to go and see Caffeine and Chills over there on the Hastings side by the Rock sign, go and grab a flat white, maybe a hot chocolate. Whatever takes your fancy over there. Might just be one of those people that likes a tall black as well. Who knows? Gala Caterers are in 2 great locations on the Hastings and Napier sides for your traditional hot chips and hot dogs, or visit Shani's world famous at Meeanee Speedway in the pits Rib Shack. No excuse to go hungry or thirsty here at the Speedway. It's great to have you here tonight. Very, very lucky with our weather once again. We've got some fantastic TQ qualifying up for grabs tonight. So the format, if you didn't hear it before, there are 6 groups. Two groups will come out on the track at the same time. Each group races each other throughout the 2 nights of qualifying. And after 5 qualifying races each, the top 16 drivers immediately go through to the 30-car final, with top on points starting higher up on the grids. And we will have 2 repecharges, where the top 2 from each repecharge will then make up the 20-car field for the finals. It's going to be an absolutely stunning championship. If you were here just a week and a half ago and you saw that amazing open wheel night we had with the Hawke's Bay TQ Championship, when there was so much more drama than Coronation Street will ever bring you. That guy's laughing because he watches Coronation Street. And how good were those sprint cars? It has to be, for me, one of the best Speedway meetings I've seen at Meeanee in over half a dozen years. It really was incredible. Open wheel racing, it's going through another golden age, and especially this TQ class with some of these very, very fast young kids transitioning out of mini stocks. And straight away, they're on the loud pedal when it comes to driving around the track in these open wheelers. Streetstock best pairs over the weekend tonight as well, so there's going to be some crash and bash for the fans that love that. Sidecars are on the program tonight and a full field of youth mini stocks. 2 great nights of Speedway, and the weather gods are smiling on us, and this weekend, if you look on the weather radars on Met Service, it's sunshine all the way through. Please look at the sponsors in our program, especially Novus Glass, Repair and Replacement. They are our main sponsors this weekend. We'll be pushing them all the way through the weekend, and we thank Novus Glass on behalf of the club and everybody associated with the weekend's race meeting. Our first race is lined up. First out the gate was none other than the defending 4-time national champion, Jeremy Webb. A 9-time South Island champion. He has won the last 5 of those. Really a dominant driver and proving to be what often can be termed the GOAT. Greatest of all time. Is he that guy? Can he make it 5 in a row? He has already done it in 4 different tracks. He's won titles in Greymouth. He won one of the most exciting national championship races at Western Springs. He's won on his home track at Ruapuna, and he's won in the South Island. He's taken 3 championships in the South Island, but he proved that he was the North Island master as well by taking a title in the hotbed of open wheel racing at Western Springs 3 years ago now in the 2019-20 season. Last time we held a New Zealand TQ championship here, it was a 3-way runoff for the title between Hayden Gupt at the time, 2NZ, and desperate to win the championship. Caleb Curry, another Auckland driver, and our very own Wayne Todd. Exciting 3-way runoff, and went to Hayden Gupt. We went from 2NZ to 1NZ. And then pretty much straight away left the TQ ranks and went midget car racing. That was always his goal, to go to midgets, where he's had a very successful career so far. And he was absolutely desperate to win that title. Hot Toddy, he's got to be the local favourite. But there's 46 drivers here that are wanting to make their mark in this championship. Like my program notes say, it will be one of the most open of open wheel championships. Predicting a winner, it's going to be very, very hard. We'll guarantee you we'll see some very fast, fearless racing. Just got the 3-minute bell there for the A&M Kirby Contractors car. Once a car comes out onto the track, if they need assistance, then they do have a 3-minute bell, and that is Hayden Millard. Fires up the car, he will take his rightful place on the grid. So if we have a look through that grid, starting from grid position number 1, defending national champion Jeremy Webb, alongside him will be the very fast 33C of Tyler Warnock. Grid 3 for the 8A of Dylan Cook. Grid 4, he's already run a feature race here this season, the 44A car of Caden Barker. Grid number 5 for the 57A of Dylan Forsey. With a grid 6 start, 11A Royden Crawford. Grid 7 for the 71M of Peter Honeybell. Flying the Mount Maunganui flag, the only driver from Tauranga. And he has also proved to be very quick around this track. 71B, Sam Barry, took a bit of a wild ride in the last meeting. He's back out for some more action tonight as well off grid number 8. Then it's the 77G of Carl Carpendale. 28B of Christine Barge, one of our 4 lady drivers in the field. 14B of Chris Whiffen. 4A, Troy Pennington. 17B of Craig Spargo. 24G of Robert Gom. And the 15B car that we saw having some work done at the pit gate, Hayden Millard. That's how they'll stack up for heat number 1. This is qualifying groups A and F. 12-lap heat races. Points are vital. More points through those 5 qualifying races over the 2 nights, the further up the grid you will be for the feature race. It's going to get very tight in that feature later on tomorrow night. 30 laps where the lap traffic will certainly come into play. Not once, not twice, possibly 3 times or more throughout that race. Webb will want to make a good start off the front. We will be using the Delaware-style restarts 2x2 if we should go to caution during a race. And to be fair, that's a matter of when, not if. Thanks to the 44A crew, Caden Barker, and the we're going to call it the lollybox car, because it's one of those letterbox cars. He gave us some stacks of lollies up here in the combox. There are some cars there that don't run a normal tail tank. They've got the square style tank on the back, kind of being coined as letterboxes, but Caden's tonight's going to be a lollybox car. Here we go, Webb on the inside. It's a Christchurch front row with a 33C of Warnock on grid number 2 on the outside. They dropped the green. Well, that was a late green, but they've thrown it nonetheless. Webb's out in front. Big moves round through in second place on the high line. We've gone caution. Christine Barr just parked up on the infield. Well, we go caution there because, as I said, there was a very late green. For some reason, the drivers were on the gas. The green light didn't come on until they were about 50 metres past the acceleration line. Referee has deemed it to be an unsatisfactory start for whichever reason, and they will form them up once again. Warnock in the 33 car looked fast up on the high line through turn 2. The 21 car there was very unlucky. Was it the 21? Let's have another look. No, it was the 24 car of Robert Gom. Rode a wheel there when we went caution. This time, let's go racing. Warnock, great start on the outside. Warnock takes the lead. Webb trying to fight up on the inside. Here comes Barker working the high line as well, but it's Warnock, the Wanna Dig car, up on 2 wheels through turns 3 and 4. This track has got some grip in it right now. Webb's going to have to try and hunt down the Christchurch teammate, and it will be the 44 of Barker from Auckland in third. Fourth place is 88 Dylan Cook. Cookie gets a little sideways on the entry of turn 3. Then it's the 71 car of Honeybell. Great looking race car. Warnock staying down low, doesn't want to drift up too high off this track just at the moment. Webb's on his hammer, the K&T drainage car. Little bit testing on this circuit at the moment as we see a mistake there from the 17 car of Spargo. Almost opened the door for the 24 of Gom. Gom, though, will drop a position. Here's a challenge by Chris Whiffen down the inside in the 14 car on the 71 of Sam Barry. Slight rut issue there off turn number 4. That's going to catch some drivers out. One of our top 6 has made a mistake. And it was the 8 car. Cook's going to drop a spot. It's the 57A of Forsey that manages to come through, and Webb working the inside on the 33 car of Warnock. Warnock holds him off once again. Top 4 have started to break away. We can see a little bit of texture now working on that mid-track. There might be a line starting to form out there. Warnock still in front. Webb in second place. New Zealand champion just sitting there, working his magic, playing the patience game with 5 laps to go. Down the inside, Honeybell's come through into that third spot. Honeybell a little sideways off turn number 2. Barker's got the pace in the 44 and the online stabilizers car to run with him. Then it's the 57 of Forsey, the 8A car of Cook who's putting him under pressure. The 4 car. Looks like 4 cars dropped out of the timing for some reason. Not showing up on live timing right now, that 4 car. It's got to be Glenn Dudding in that car. It's the only number 4 down on my hard copy list. Two laps to go this time by. Warnock's doing everything he needs to do out in front. Not too conducive for racing just at the moment, this circuit. And this field is very well spread out. Race leaders are going to catch the 24 car of Robert Gong before it's done. White flag will come out this time with 1 to go. Still Webb in second place. Honeybell in the 71 car in third. Barker in fourth. Final corner as they catch lap traffic. And Warnock in the 33 from Christchurch will take out heat number 1 in Groups A and F. 1NZ, Jeremy Webb finishing up in second place. 71M, Peter Honeybell for third. 44A, Caden Barker was fourth. 8A, Dylan Cook for fifth. 57A, Dylan Forsey will finish sixth. 71B, Sam Barry was in seventh. 8th place for the 14 of Chris Whiffen. 9th will go to the 11A, Royden Crawford. 10th for the 17 of Craig Spargo. 11th, 15, Hayden Millard. 12th, 77G, Carl Carpendale. And 13th finisher, 24G, Robert Gom, with the DNF for the 28 of Christine Barge. So a great start on the outside there for Warnock in the 33 car. Stayed down low on the racetrack. That's where it's conducive for racing at the moment. Not really that outside line, but there is material on this track and it might yet develop one as they just get them to do a few tyre packing laps after that race just to try and pack that down a little bit on the outside as we get ready for heat number 2. Novus Glass, New Zealand TQ Championship qualifying, Groups B and E. Novus Glass qualifying heat number 2. This is Group B and E. Starting from grid position number 1, the 46A of Aaron Humboldt, 3-time feature race winner here this season. 15A car will go from grid number 2 on the front row, Ryan Baker. Grid number 3 for the 18A of Sean Cook. Grid 4 for the 22R, one of the fast young stars of this sport, Terence Durrell. Former national champion from grid number 5, the 17G of Dylan McGregor. Grid number 6, another of the Christchurch cars, it's the 84 of Benjamin Morgan. Grid number 7 for the 14A car of Jacob Lecren, son of a former national TQ champion. Grid number 8, 66B of Tony Meekin. Grid 9 for the 91B car of Scott McIntosh. Grid 10 is the 25A of Kate Grzyński, another of our lady drivers in the field tonight. Grid number 11, the 11B of Adam Coonan. Grid 12 is the 7A of Saul Smith. Grid 13 for the 52N car, all the way from Nelson, Jonty Austin. Grid 14, the 12C, Kimberly Yateman, another of our lady drivers tonight. And grid 24, grid number 15, the 24, starting right off the back from Hawke's Bay, Gary Cadman. Group B and E. We saw in race number 1, the drivers on the front row finishing 1 and 2, with the outside getting the advantage off the start. Can Baker in the 15 car make the start over Humble? It's an Auckland front row. Thanks to Robertson Prestige for the pace shoot. More open wheel action next week down there in Robertson Prestige International Speedway with the Manawatu Mini Sprint Championship and Manawatu TQ Championship. I have the pleasure of commentating that one next weekend. Hopefully we've still got a few of the big guns hanging around for a week of that, just 1 week away. Manawatu Saloon Car Championship as well from memory, so it's going to be a great night of Speedway down there. We're not running here. Some of you, of course, will be heading to the World 240s at Paradise Valley. Formation looks good. Coming down to face the start. Heat number 2, Group B and E. Novus Glass, New Zealand TQ Championship qualifying. Humble on the inside. Baker on the outside. The Harris Race Cars 15. Throwing the green this time. Baker makes the start. Baker made a fantastic start on the outside. Humble back to second place. Looks like it might be McGregor in third. No, it's Durrell in the South Pack Trucks 22R car. Then it's the 18. Sean Cook moves up into the top 4. McGregor's got an issue. Dylan McGregor has an issue in the 17 car. Dropping through the field. Will he go to the infield? Is he done? It's still Baker in front. McGregor pulls to the infield. He's out of this race. Baker is fast, 15.8 seconds. Baker's stretching away from Humble right now. Durrell is putting pressure on Humble for second spot. 18A Sean Cook, 84C Morgan, 66 Meekin inside the top 6. Well, Baker is stretching. 1.2 seconds down the racetrack. Challenge in the back there for the 11 car of Coonan, trying to work over the 14A of Lecren. Lecren opens the door down the back straight, but the 11 car of Coonan's not close enough to capitalise. Well, no one's going to catch Baker out in front. Very wide on the back straight for the 15 car. Well, slight mistake down there in turn 3. Baker pushing hard. 1.4 seconds, extending out the gap. Some of these drivers just having a little bit of an issue with setup. We saw Humble there as the wheel swapped down into turn number 1. Not quite looking as comfortable self at the moment. Running right down on this beautifully white painted pole line. Here's the move for the inside. Morgan in the 84C car. Beautiful pass up the inside. Went by the 18 of Sean Cook. Anticipated that. Made a brilliant inside pass down the main straight. 5 laps to go. And already Baker is catching lap traffic. The 24 of Cadman about to go a lap down. Cadman stays down low. Now the 46 of Humble will have to wonder where he's going to make his pass. Cadman's not looking happy in that 24 car. Durrell's still there in third. Morgan in fourth. Racing for every point. 25A Grzyński trying to hold out the 12C of Kimberly Yateman, the 2 lady drivers. going for it out here on this track. The 7 car is Saul Smith just in front. 3 laps to go for the race leader. Well, it'll be 2 laps. He's that far out in front. This gap is now 3 seconds. Huge gap. Baker making it work off that start as we saw in Heat 1. Humble in second spot. Third place, that's where the action is with Durrell in the 22R car. He's now been caught by Morgan. The Graham Hill Roofing 84C car of Morgan looking to do that outside-inside line. Beautiful move again. Morgan side by side. Wheel to wheel with Durrell down into turn number 1. And he's opened the door on the exit. Durrell fires it back up the inside. The South Pack Trucks 22R. The Checkers is out. Baker's won it. Second place will go to Humble. Durrell will hold on for third place. Morgan in the 84C car comes home in fourth. 18A, Sean Cook for fifth. 14A, Lecren holds on for sixth place. 66, Tony Meekin drops the spot back to seventh. 11 of Coonan will finish eighth. 91, Scott McIntosh 9th. 52, N, John T. Austin 10th. 7A, Saul Smith was 11th. 12C, Kimberly Yateman 12th. 25A, Kate Brzezinski was 13th. 24B, Gary Cadman 14th. And the very unlucky former champ, 17G, Dylan McGregor, retired with a DNF. That was heat number 2, the Novus Glass New Zealand TQ Championship qualifying, Group B and E. Event 3 on your program next, it'll be Group C and D, again, obviously brought to you by Novus Glass. Just a call out to Woody the grader driver. Could you come and see Peter, please? Come and see Peter Black. Woody, grader driver, if you could come and see Peter Black, please.
TQ's Group A and F, your results going on the board. TQ's Group A and F, your results going up now.
Confirmed results from heat number 1, Groups A, V, F. 33C Warren Warnock for the win. They still have his name wrong down on his transponder. 1NZ Webb second, 71M Honeybell third, 44A Barker was fourth, 8A Cook for fifth, 57A Fawzi was sixth, 71 Sam Barry for seventh, 14 of Whiffen was eighth, 11A Royden Crawford was ninth, 17 Craig Spargo for 10th, 15 Hayden Millard was 11th, 77G Carl Carpenter was 12th, 24G Robert Gom 13th, and it did not, classified as it did not start, 28 Christine Barge.
Waiting for first start.
Heat 3, Novus Glass TQ qualifying, Group C and D. Grid position number 1 for the 56A of Regan Tyler. Grid 2 for the 6B of Dwayne Todd. Grid 3, the 36A of Cole Morrison. Grid 4 for the 97A of Ben Morrison. Grid 5, 74B, Ryan McGregor. Grid 6 is the 19A of Harry Hodson. Grid 7, 81W Damon Smith with a Grid 8 start for the 27W of Vaughan Smith. Grid 9, 33B of Caden Otter with a Grid 10 start for the 12A of Nathan Bruff. Grid 11, 21A Dana Lowry. Grid 12 for the 7G of John Taylor. Grid 13 is the 4B of Glenn Dudding. Grid 14, 22B Mason Grimmer. Grid 15 will be the 7B of Michael Gurnett. And grid 16 for the 51B of Lee Erskine. That is how they rack and stack them up. Heat 3, Novus Glass qualifying, Group C and D. Looking good in formation this time. Lights are out. They come around and face a start. And again, that's another late light. And they may just put a caution on as they come off this turn. Because again, that green light was very late. Yes, they do. Now, there's a very good reason why they delay that caution. If you're wondering why do they let them continue to race for half a lap, because the last thing you want to do is throw a caution when everyone's flat out into turn 1 and then they all get off the gas because they see a caution light. That just causes problems. So they let them race through that first half a lap, then they throw the caution, and they're able to reassemble and come back round and face the start. It was a very ragged start that time, like we saw in the first round in Heat 1. Everyone's keen to get going. They've spotted the track. They know how it's working. They know they've got to get a good start. Can Tyler on the inside and the was.co.nz car hold out the 6 efficient moving and storage car of Dwayne Todd? Chucking on the green this time. Even start on the front row. Tyler tries to fend off Toddy. Toddy running a high line up through 1 and 2. We've got cars running up by the fence as well. Might have been the 87, the 74 cars in there. Tyler's in front. Todd in second spot. 36A, Cole Morrison moves up into third. Morrison showed how fast he was at our last meeting. Fourth place there, 97 of Morrison from Auckland. So it's Morrison's running 3 and 4. Then it's the 19 car of Harry Hodgson. 74 McGregor. McGregor under attack. Vaughan Smith in the 27 car into the back of the 74 McGregor, and now it's the Toddy's up the fence. Hot Toddy in the fence at turn number 1. The local hopeful backs it into the concrete. Car is still underway. Maybe have a replay up here on our screen if Kiwi Motorsport Media caught that action. Two things going on there. McGregor in the 74 car having issues. Well, we already seen his brother Dylan have issues in Heat 1. Not a great round for the McGregors. So still just wondering if we got a replay of that. Part of the track. And he did the bicycle up on 2 wheels, the rock and roll, and just backed it into the fence. So he goes to the rear. So this front row start for Hot Toddy is already seeing him off the back here on row 6. The beauty of this format, you get 5 qualifying races over the weekend to make the points to... Coming down for a restart, 36A Morrison on the inside, Tyler on the outside. Tyler gets going first. Hodgson slots up into third in the 19A car. Hot Toddy already working that high line. It's gone by 3 cars. And now will attack on the outside of the 12 car. Lining up Dana Lowry in the 21. Lowry goes out high to the fence. Todd through on the inside. No problems for Regan Tyler out in front in the 56 car. We know how fast he is. Morrison in second. It's in Auckland, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Hodgson back up the inside of Ben Morrison in the 97. Back and forth they go, and they got to be cautious. The 27W of Vaughan Smith is there as well. Whoa! 97 Morrison rubbing the concrete on the back straight. Dives back to the inside. Hodgson reads the move. Tries to move back up the inside again in the scissor swift. Doesn't happen. Tyler in front in the 56. 1.2 seconds down the racetrack. Best race of the night so far of these three. Hot Toddy's moving himself back up through this field. Trying to make something out of a bad situation. And Todd battling now for a top 6. The 51 cars round. We're going to go caution. Lee Erskine turns it round in the Pryder car. Well, this will tighten up the field. Stunning racing further back there between the 97 of Morrison and the 19 of Harry Hodgson. Repassed each other about 3 times. Motorworks crew doing a good job there. So we lost a couple of drivers already. Early on, losing that 74 car of McGregor. And the 11 car, is it the 11 car that's parked up in there? 33, Caden Otter. Pretty hard to read those numbers from here actually. 2x2 restart. Should put Todd on row 4. On the inside, grid 7. So it's the 56 of Tyler, 36 Morrison, 97 Ben Morrison on 3, 19 Hodgson on 4, 27 Vaughan Smith on 5, 81 Damon Smith on 6, 6 of Dwayne Todd on 7, 21 Dana Lowry on 8, 7 of Gurnett on 9, 12 Broff going from 10, Glenn Duddick on 11, and 51 Erskine. See the drivers not too keen to be down on that pole line here on this restart. Already running up high mid-track. Tyler's on the gas. Morrison tried to go with him. Hodgson gets the better of the 97 car. Wow, they are getting caught out on that track. And it definitely caught out the 97 of Morrison. He's dropping spots. Toddy got by. So too did Smith from Wellington in the 27. And Smith makes his move up the inside now for 3rd. Hodgson in the 19 car has to work his magic once again around the outside and does so side by side down the back straight. It's tight. Whoa, that was so tight. Look at Toddy. Hot Toddy is going to do them both. No, he couldn't quite get there. Morrison in the 97 again's bouncing off the concrete. These guys are just racing so hard. Morrison, again, a big slap up the top corner on the fence and gets shifted over into the fence again. Is he going to go over? No, he holds on to it. But I think it's the 12 car of Brock that's gone in backwards. Wow. That was so busy on the racetrack. And the 97 of Morrison, how many times can you bounce off the concrete? And the thing was, he just kept his foot on the loud pedal. So we go caution once again with what looks like 4 laps to go. It may go back to 5. We may yet see some remedial work done to this track with that call for the grader driver. Just having a look to see if that's sitting down there ready to come out perhaps. Crucial championship. Got to make sure that this track is 100% right. Well, they definitely are working hard. 97A Ben Morrison's earning his stripes in this race. No need to clean the fence tomorrow night because I think Ben's done it already. 56 from Auckland, Regan Tyler on the outside of row 1. He's a race leader. 36A Cole Morrison on 2, 19A Hodgson, the battler there on 3, and 6B Dwayne Todd from the back onto the first 2 rows once again. 4 laps to go. Tyler again, making a good start. Morrison almost went with him that time. Hodgson up on 2 wheels down there at turns 1 and 2. Here comes the 27W of Smith. Smith looked for a way through, couldn't find it. Toddy now is the one who's really working over this track. And Smith again. Smith has got fantastic straight line pace. Just when you think you've got around him, he's able to drive back up the inside. And we're seeing it right now with the 6 car of Dwayne Todd trying to battle hard with him. Hodgson's gone a bit more conservative. It might cost him this time as Toddy goes around the outside. 2 to go for the race leader. Side by side, Dwayne Todd and Harry Hodgson. Toddy gets the job done, moves into 3rd spot. 56 of Tyler with the white flag, 1 to go. 2nd place, 36 Morrison. Dwayne Todd in 3rd. Hodgson's in 4th. Smith and Ben Morrison still running top 6. Final corner. 56A Regan Tyler's going to win Heat 3 of Group C and D. Oh, we got one round. Wow, that was close. Well, we heard the sudden engine note change from that 81 car as it spun around, and we thought that someone might pile into the side. Fortunately, that wasn't the case. So it is a win, 56A Regan Tyler, 36A Cole Morrison for 2nd, 6B Dwayne Todd, damage limitation mode, back into 3rd place, 19A Harry Hodgson 4th, 97A Ben Morrison 5th, 27W Vaughan Smith was 6th, 7 Michael Gurnett was 7th, 12A Nathan Broff for 8th, 21A Dana Lowry 9th, 4 Glenn Dudding for 10th, 51 Lee Erskine 11th, and the unfortunate 81W Damon Smith with a spin right on the final corner to get 12th, and DNFs for both 74 Ryan McGregor and 33 Caden Otter. That was round 1 of qualifying, the Novus Class New Zealand TQ Midget Championship. As we look to event 5 on your program, event 4 in fact, as we had that change earlier on, it will be sidecars, but we will wait and see if sidecars will be coming out as we see the rollers coming back out again to do that remedial work. We'll just play a little bit of the radio for a few minutes, and then I'm going to start the first of my commentated questions as we get ready to give away some prizes thanks to the Thirsty Whale Restaurant and Bar. Well, thanks to the Thirsty Whale Restaurant and Bar, we run text phone competitions at Meeanee Speedway. We've been doing it for maybe close to 10 years now. And honestly, I could easily say we've given away about $80,000 worth of product over those years. What we do, it's real simple text phone questions, and they are pretty simple. They're so simple that even my offsider Ian up here can guess them. Hopefully you got that number in your phone. If you haven't put that number in your phone, then I suggest you open up your phone right now and go to the contacts page. We've got a bit of time to do this while we've got some track work going on. Open it up, go to your contacts, put in Speedway or just whatever you want to call it. Mike's Waffling, if you want to call it that. Doesn't matter. And it's an 021 number. And it's followed by 027 17438. 021 027 17438. And my first prize pack tonight, one of our resident photographers, Wayne Stewart from B-Dub Photography, he gives me stacks of really cool A4 colour photographs, action photographs. This one is the 14B TQ of Chris Whiffen. But also in here is a $20 Kurunga Park Scale Railway voucher. If you don't know what Kurunga Park Scale Railway is, how could you not know? It's the most amazing place. Every first and third Sundays of a month, and you go and ride these hand-built, incredibly to scale little rail cars. You take all the kids, you take a picnic, and you go and hang out at Kurunga Park Scale Railway. You get to go around over viaducts, through tunnels. It's really, really cool. I've got a 77G Carl Carpendale mini poster in there. I've got $40 worth of Jacques City side vouchers. Really cool restaurant bar just off Stortford Lodge. I've got a $25 Thirsty Whale Restaurant and Bar voucher, the naming rights sponsors. It's a total value of $120, but the first winner, I am also going to give this really cool 2023 Sprint Car and Midget calendar. Normally $20, so that's just bumped it up to $140. These are cool, these calendars, and a big thank you for the man that brought that up, and I lost his card. I'll find it and I'll plug him again soon. There it is. James Selwyn Photos does these calendars. Amazing. Really, really good. Talented man. So it's a simple question, and we're going to hit you straight away with the meeting sponsor this weekend. Who is our main meeting sponsor for the New Zealand TQ Midget Championship? And you text it in, and if you're the winner, we'll text you back a 4-digit code, and you come up into the comm box on turn 3, the green building, and claim your prize. Here's a little bit more music from our radio sponsor, The Rock.
Constellations lighting up the sky. Can feel it in the night. Let's count the stars and watch the time go by. I can see it in your eyes. It's constellations lighting up the sky. Can you feel it in the night? Let's count the stars and watch the time go by.
Running stop, 12 cars, is first stop on the road. Results on the board. Please hear your Speedway results up now.
I can see it in your eyes. Constellations lighting up the sky. I can feel it in the night. Let's count the stars and watch the time go by.
There will be an amendment to heat number 1, groups A and F, because the 4A car of Troy Pennington transpires he had a transponder issue and wasn't reading throughout the race, and he hasn't been shown up in the results. So they will just figure out where Troy finished in that first race, and we'll give you the revised result. We can move on to heat number 2 though, group B and E. 15A Ryan Barker taking the win from the 46A of Aaron Humble. 22R Terence Durrell was third. 84C Ben Morgan for fourth. 18A Sean Cook was fifth. 14A Jacob Lecren for sixth. 66B Tony Meakin seventh. 11B Adam Coonan was eighth. 91B Scott McIntosh for ninth. 52N John T. Austin was 10th. 7A Saul Smith for 11th. 12C Kimberly Yateman was 12th. 25A Kate Grzyński 13th. 24B Gary Cadman for 14th, and a DNF for 17G Dylan McGregor. Heat 3, Group C and D, arguably the most exciting of the three races. 56A Regan Tyler taking the win. 36A Cole Morrison was second. 6B Dwayne Todd for third. 19A Harry Hodgson fourth. 97A Ben Morrison was fifth. 27W Vaughan Smith for sixth place. 7B Michael Gurnett seventh. 12A Nathan Broth was eighth. 21A Dana Lowry was ninth. 4B Glenn Ross Dudding was 10th. 51B Lee Erskine 11th. 12th place 81W Damon Smith, and a DNF for both 74B Ryan McGregor and 33B Caden Otter. Round one, definitely not a good round for the McGregors. Got a few driver profiles to work through tonight as well. We have a look at the 71M of Peter Honeybell, 29 years old, born in Auckland. He's a maintenance engineer. He started racing at just 12 years old. His favourite track is Nelson. But this guy's got a long list of achievements, and that's why he's one of the favourites tonight as well for this championship on the weekend. He finished third in the New Zealand TQ title back in 17-18. He was second just 1 year later in the 2018-2019 season. He's won a New Zealand Midget title in 2015-16, New Zealand Midget Grand Prix Championship 2018, 2019. He's been a privateer in the midget team for 10 years. He'd really like to thank the Keane family, Bill Buckley and BSL Racing. Sponsored by Viper Chassis, Keane Composites, Honeybell Racing Developments, Autolab and Keane. That is the 71M Peter Honeybell contesting for this Novus Glass New Zealand TQ title tonight. Huge field of our youth mini stocks here. They've been bumped back up the program as well. Sidecars, perhaps just waiting to see how the track works out for them. David Jones Motors and also 007 Paintball bringing you mini stock racing. Fantastic Hawke's Bay Championship for this class just on 9 days ago, midweek on a Wednesday night when we had that absolutely huge crowd here to be entertained by the Hawke's Bay TQ Championship, where we had 36 cars and that awesome 13-car sprint car field, including the Giz, Shane Van Gisbergen, who showed that he knows how to pedal the V8 monster as well. Such an incredible feature race that was. $1,200cc race cars. Kids are in the grandstand, you're talking to mum and dad and granddads and saying, "Now I just wish I could race a mini stock." Well, you just head on into the pits. Talk to these drivers, talk to the crews, talk to everyone associated with youth mini stock racing. They'll tell you how to get into it, where to buy a car, or even how to build one. So many of our TQ drivers tonight came out of this mini stock class. It gives them valuable skills for the 5 years that you can race one. There's some stunning looking cars in this lineup. I love that 89B car of Marley Duncan's. That looks good. I've said it before and I'll keep saying it. I'm a panel car fan. '75B car there as well. Another one of our new drivers, I think. It's young Jacob Penn, yet another Penn coming through. Offside has disappeared. I need to bring up my live timing. Getting ready for a start this time. They throw the green. 66 car down the inside. Coming up onto the 75 car of Penn. The youngster's going to find out. It's pretty tough out there, but he's a Penn. I'll tell you what, won't take him long to get to grips with it. 66 car out in front, Cullen Smith. For some reason, it's showing up that it's Butcher out in front. I don't think so. That's weird. It's a 14-second lap time. That's why there was an issue with that transponder. It's Cullen Smith, that's the race leader. Here comes the 21 car around the outside. Tom Steele flying around the outside of this field. Takes the race lead. Smith in the 15 car down the inside now for second. Steele storming up around the outside, opening up the gap. 1.3 seconds the gap between 1 and 2. Contact up the top turn. It's with the 17 car. Caitlin Holland it was in the 17. Oh, looks like Holland's got damage to the right front. Yeah, that wheel's not pointing the right way. Neither of those front wheels are pointing the right way, it's fair to say. Trying to get to the infield as well before that wheel comes off. Still Steele out in front. Smith in the 15 seconds, 66. Smith is third, 10B Flower in fourth. It's huge field. Where do you look? Look at Steele up through turn 2. So much pit speed in that 21 car. Sponsored by Sticker Up. They're the ones that did the amazing wrap on that car. So we see the chase for second, third and fourth. Smith has a car length on Cullen Smith in the 66. But it's Kieran Flower in that 10 car that's working the inside. Trying to make his move up the inside on the 66 down the back straight. Here a little bit of rubbing going on. White flag is out, 1 to go for Steele. It's made it non-event really, this race. Just so much quicker. And we'll come to take a checkered flag. Logan Smith in the 15 car, second, third place. The battle was so close across the line, and it was the 66 of Cullen Smith that took that third place position from the 10 of Kieran Flower. Fifth place, the 88 of Memphis Trengrove. Sixth was the 52 from Palmerston North of Boston Joblin. I think our only out-of-town driver here tonight. 48, Riley McLaughlin was seventh. Eighth place for the 11 of Tom Blair. Ninth is the 77 of Macy Penn, a two-time race winner last week. And a top 10 for the 29 of Jacob Martin. Amended results for heat number 1 of the Novus Class New Zealand TQ Championship, Group A and F. 33C, Tyler Warner taking the win. From 1NZ, Jeremy Webb. 71M, Peter Honeybell third. 44A, Caden Barker was fourth. 8A, Dylan Cook for fifth. 57A, Dylan Forsey was sixth. 4A, Troy Pennington was seventh. 71B, Sam Barry for eighth. 14B, Chris Whiffen ninth. 11A, Royden Crawford 10th. 17B, Craig Spargo 11th. 15B, Hayden Millard 12th, 77G, Carl Carpendale 13th, 24G, Robert Gom 14th, and it did not start for 28B, Christine Barge. Another of our driver profiles tonight will be the 1NZ of Jeremy Webb. Favourite track as the Chili Bowl, that legendary famous indoor Chili Bowl arena in America. 4 times national champ, as we've already said. And you'd like to thank his sponsors, K&T Drainage and All West for cards.
Out there. Yeah. What's it going to do? It's just going to rip it again. It's just going to rip it again. Yeah.
Mini stock, quick turnaround, can you V2 can start getting ready please, you will be out after the street stop. Mini stock, V2, quick turnaround. Get back in the cars and set up for V2 please.
The 27 bike of Craig Bowler with Jason McKinley on the back tonight, just running some hot laps there, possibly just to test out this racetrack to see if it's conducive for sidecar racing, and looks like it isn't. Taking the tapes down, and the guys head back in, back to the pit area. Remember, these bikes pushing 200 brake horsepower with no brakes at all, and if the track isn't 100% right for them, well, quite rightly, they can't race on it. You can ride around, but no one wants to see them riding around. We want to see them wheel-to-wheel racing, as they so often can. and showing off their skills. And if the track them a little bit later on tonight. David Jones Motors was bringing you sidecar racing, and I did hear the call for the mini stocks. Quick turnaround for Heat 2 for the youth mini stocks tonight, and it's street stocks that are parked up down here on the grid for their best pairs meeting. We won't be too far away from that to get underway with our Novus Class TQ qualifying again as well. Such a shame with the tracks around the country. They're all being hampered by the rain. You've got to remember though, even though it's not raining now and hasn't really rained a lot today, it's the damage to the track during the week. Race 1 for the Streetstock Best Pairs Championship, raced over 2 nights. Brought to you by Mag & Tyre Warehouse. If you want to put some new wheels on your car, get some new tyres, bit of bling, Mag & Tyre Warehouse, Carramary Road, that's the place to go. Forrest just telling us that this Pairs Championship now just reduced to this one night only. So we should see some good action. It's a good lineup of street stocks. Tough New Zealand Championship down in the South Island just recently with the top 3 placings going to South Island cars. Always tough to head down the South Island. Pit gate is locked and loaded. Robertson Prestige pace chute. Just waiting for the caution lights to go out. Remember, if you're looking for Speedway racing next week, either head through to Robertson Prestige or you're going to go to Paradise Valley for the World 240s. Here we go as they drop the green this time. The 26 car on the outside. Looking to see which cars have got transponders on and which ones haven't. I don't even have a name and number for that 26 car out in front. It's just got a number coming up, nothing else. '72 Mellings out in front. This will make it interesting with the lap timing. Second place there is the 858. That car's not even registering on my screen, so I don't know what the heck's going on. It's definitely Melling out in front. The 858R is Shane Bracken is in second place. Bracken trying to chase down Melling out in front. 2 wide action buried deep in the pack here, and here comes the 46 of Reddington up the inside. Rusty Franklin back there in third spot. Reddington moves up into the top 6. Melling drifting up high through turns 1 and 2, the Bay Tyres 72 car. The 858 of Bracken not quite matching the pace at the moment as they charge up into turn 3 and 4. Here comes the 806 car of Rusty Franklin. 4th place for the 18. That'll be Jared Ingo from Gisborne. No, it's got a, yeah, is it? Yes, it is. It is Ingo. And then it's the 64 car. Well, what's going on with my transponder right now? Just so much stuff is wrong on this thing. Not on my transponder, on my laps. Half the field's missing. They certainly change up this racetrack. Absolutely change it. Big lumps of clay coming up over the catch fence. Be careful, people. Remember to keep your kids away from the fence. Reddington running wide, trying to stay out of the clutches of the 22W of Phil Bonner. Well spread out race field. Bear with me, fans, because I'm just trying to sort out this MyLab situation up here. So many cars not registering. 72 Melling is the leader, then it's the 858 of Bracken. Oh, cars up the wall just before the start finish. That was the 24 car. Justin Waddy took a high ride. I think he was squeezed up on the fence by Ingo, and Waddy's now got a right rear cut tyre. He will have to go infield. So too did the 10 car of Jason Dunn from Wanganui. His race is also over. And Waddy's back out on the track. I don't think he realises. Still Melling in front with 1 to go. Down the back straight. Under pressure now from the 858 of Bracken. Bracken makes the pass. Darren Melling's off the gas. Is the race done? The flagman didn't quite put that flag out at the right time. And they slowly circulate under that flag. So is Melling going to go and get the checker? It looks like Darren Melling on the lap scoring has taken the win from Bracken in the 858. 806, Rusty Franklin was 3rd. Then it was the 18G of Jared Ingo. 5th place. This year, 46 Reddington 6th, 22 Phil Bonner from Wellington 7th, and 8th place, the 57 of Hayden Lowe from Hawke's Bay. So hopefully people working hard up in the tower get those issues sorted out. Let's heat 1 for the pairs, and look at that racetrack, completely different surface now. Just heard from Karen, our sidecar rep as well, that will scratch the sidecars from tonight's action. Track just not conducive for them, unfortunately. All the hard work prepping up in the race sheds during the week, getting those sidecars looking immaculate. Hopefully we get to see some great racing from them not too far away in the future here at Meeanee. Mini stocks are gridded up once again. We won't be far away from getting back into the Novus Class New Zealand TQ Midget Championship qualifying round 2. Remember to check out what Novus Glass can do for you. You may need them at some stage. Great to have them on board as sponsors, along with our other important sponsors as well: Efficient Moving and Storage, David Jones Motors, Towler Engineering, Bay Tyres, Shine for You, 007 Paintball, Motorworks 2012 Hawke's Bay Limited, CSR Engineering, Alexander Electric, Macintyre Warehouse in Hastings, Hawke's Bay Doors, and Porter Group. Got a great night lined up on the 28th of this month. That's 2 weeks' time. That's when Team GB will finally be back in the country to contest the NZ Superstock Teams Champs at Robertson Prestige International Speedway over 2 fantastic nights of Waitangi weekend. Team GB will be here for a hit-out against the awesome Hawkeyes on the 28th of January, and that is when we'll have our first ever, from memory, double-decker derby. That is where another car is chained to the top of a car. To be fair, you strip out the motor and all the internal stuff, but you still have the body and chassis of that car on top of another car, and a double-decker derby is born. It's going to be a great night of Speedway. Mini stocks out on the track. Youth mini stocks, heat number 2. We saw the 21 of Tom Steele absolutely gap it on the rest of that field. Front row start for the 88 of Memphis Trengrove. I've got another giveaway after this race as well, so listen up for that. Another fantastic $125 prize pack. A few of our TQ drivers keeping a close eye on this racetrack to see how it develops. Just hearing the call up for Heat 4, round number 2 of the Novus Glass TQ Championship qualifying, groups A and E. Well, that Bomag wheel packer, the big roller, that definitely some heavy machinery. As it come past the combox, you could feel the vibrations of the combox as it was driving by. Just trying to flatten out some of those issues as we continue through this meeting here tonight. It's good to see you here in the crowd. Always a tough night on a Friday for Speedway. People working hard, probably your first week back after your Christmas, New Year break. We're looking forward to a great crowd here tomorrow night for finals, because you really do not want to miss that 30-lap, 20-car Novus Glass New Zealand Championship final. Be the first New Zealand TQ champion crowned here in, I think, 7 years. Can't believe it's been that long. While we've got a little bit of time here, I'll just read through some more of those driver profiles. 17G of Dylan McGregor. TQ driver who was born in Gisborne. He's a manager, that's his occupation. His hobbies, he loves spending time with his family. He loves to go beach racing as well. Started racing TQs in 2006. His favourite track is down there in Christchurch at Ruapuna. And titles or achievements, he is of course a former New Zealand champion, and he's a third generation TQ racer as well. I've always said once it gets in the blood, it is very hard to eradicate the form of Speedway. Also have a look at the 51 of Lee Erskine, 39 years of age. He was born way down in Invercargill. His occupation, he's a frame and truss plant manager. His hobbies, he loves international, well, he is an international hockey umpire. There's something you don't learn every day. Also loves wakeboarding, flying planes. He started racing just a year ago in 2022 with his favourite track being Cromwell. No achievements just beside his name at the moment. But if you want one interesting fact about his personal Speedway career, he bought his car in pieces and had to assemble it to go racing. That's dedication for you. He'd like to thank his wife Laura, friend Jamie, the Hawke's Bay TQ Club and Speedway community that have offered experience and help to get going. And he'd like to thank sponsors like Tumu Frame and Truss, Pride of Building Products, Red Stag Timber and Tumu Building Supplies. It's great having these driver profiles here. Got another Hawke's Bay one as well. I'm going to pull out 28B of Christine Barge, one of our lady drivers. She's 39 years old. I remember Christine was just a little kid running around this place. Occupation, she is an early childhood teacher. Loves football and going to the beach. There's a bit of a familiar theme about the beach here with these driver profiles. Started racing in 2022. Yeah. Started racing quite a few years ago, in fact, but took a long time out. Have a family back in the sport that she loves. She'd like to thank her mum, dad for all the support, and her three daughters, Sophie, Georgia and Isabel. They're the biggest cheerleaders for the 28B of Christine Barge, and sponsors 007 Paintball, Airborne Aviation and HRPP. Another young driver that certainly came to my attention in the last couple of seasons is the 22R of Terence Durrell. Still only 17 years of age. Born in Rotorua, and he's an apprentice auto Sparky. Pretty handy trade to have, that's for sure. Started racing in dirt carts. His favourite track is Palmerston North, so hopefully we see Terence next weekend perhaps. His titles, achievements, 17 years old, he was third at the King of the Springs and first in MIP for mini stocks, the biggest of the big ones for the youth mini stock class. He'd like to thank all his partners below and mum and dad, so sponsors for him, Southpack Trucks, Boss Powder Coating, 10 Tools, TWS, King Signs, Sportswear Photography and Durrell Flooring. That is the 22R Terence Durrell. Rocking and rolling for youth mini stocks heat 2. Young Jacob Penn just firing up that 75 car. Now you watch that 75, first night out tonight, but you wait, in about 4 or 5 meetings time, how much quicker that young man is going to be. Trengrove on pole, next to him will be the 29 of Martin. So get ready to drop the green. Let's go racing this time. Good start for Trengrove. Leads Martin down into turn 1. Third place here briefly will be the 5 of Houston as the 21 of Steele storming round the outside once again. 3, 4 wide as they come off turn number 2. Well, we got a car up the wall. Is that Island? Hawke's Bay champion, the 42 of Seth Island, flying round the outside. That young man loves that loud pedal. So does Steele. who's challenging now on the race leader. Trengrove tries to take him high up the racetrack, but Steele's got too much pace. Roy ran the outside for the lead. Third place is Martin. Fourth place the 22 of Timmins. Then it's the 52 of Boston Joblin. 66 of Cullen Smith. Trying to hold out 42 of Seth Ireland. Ireland comes under pressure himself from the 86 car. Bradley Singer. Well, that new bodywork on that car's fired up that young man because he's been on form the last few meetings. Joblin back down the inside in the Dairy Master 52. Smith around the outside in the 66. Ireland in the 42 has repassed the 86 of Singer. Too wide as they head up through 1 and 2. These kids don't care about racetracks, they just loud pedal it. Martin comes under attack, they're 3 wide. Joblin on the inside. Timmins in the middle. Smith in the 66 on the outside, rubbing side rails. Smith in the 66 buries his foot on the gas and goes around the outside. He's made a mistake off turn 2 and loses all those positions plus some on the back straight. Steele is away and gone out in front. Oh, Smith has gone infield in the 66 car. His race is done. Now it's the 42 of Seth Ireland who storms up around the outside of the 52 of Joblin. Joblin's right in the mix in this race. Bradley Singer running the high line. Steele working the racetrack. 4 to go for the 21 car. Trent Groves in second spot. Third place is the 42 of Seth Ireland. Again, Boston Joblin working that inside line. Finds a good line, stays in contention for third. 86 Bradley Singer gives them the hurry up at 1 and 2. Right behind them, if we go further in the field, 22 Timmins, 9 of Aaron McCann having a good drive, top 7. 8th is Jacob Martin, 9th is the 14 of Dittmar and the 39 of Jacqueline Dudding there in 10th. Jay Limiters in that 39 car. 3 laps to go for the race leader. Well, that will actually be 2 now. He's that far in front. Here's the battle for 4th and 5th. Singer right up high on turn 4. Joblin on his favourite line up the inside. Singer gets the job done down into 1, goes side by side with Joblin. They make a little bit of contact there at turns 2. White flag, 1 to go for Steele. Looking for a second straight race win. Trent Grove in the 88. 42 Seth Ireland shrugged off the challenge in that run for third. And final corner now for the 21. Tom Steele looking to go perfect from the first 2 heat races of youth mini stocks thanks to 007 paintball as he crosses the line to take the checker. 88 Memphis Trent Grove will finish up in second spot. Third place will go to the 42 of Seth Ireland, who will grab 4th across the line. It will be the 52P of Boston Joblin. 22B Lachlan Timmins 5th. 14B Ryan Dittmar 6th. 9B Aaron McCann was 7th. 86 Bradley Singer for 8th. 9th place 76 Corbin Morris. The top 10 for 29B Jacob Martin. Next round of TQ qualifying, lined up down there on the dummy grid. It'll be Group A and E, brought to you by Novus Glass. Heat 4 qualifying, grid lineup. It will be the 8A car. Dylan Cook will go from grid position number 1 with the 22R of Terence Durrell on 2. 25A car, Kate Grzyński goes from 3 with the 57A of Dylan Forsey off 4. Grid 5 for 66B Tony Meekett. Grid 6 for the 84C of Ben Morgan. Grid number 7, the 12C of Nathan Bruff with New Zealand champion 1NZ Jeremy Webb from grid 8. 15B Hayden Millard goes from 9. 17B of Craig Spargo will go from grid position 10 with a grid 11 start for the 7A of Saul Smith. 71M Peter Honeybell goes from 12, grid 13. 77G Carl Carpendale, grid 14 for the 14B of Chris Whiffen, and a grid 15 start for the 15A of Ryan Baker. That's how they'll stack them up. Heat 4, Group A and E of the Novus Glass New Zealand TQ Championship qualifying night 1. A lot of work this time for the 15A of Baker. Took the maximum 20 points first time up. The 8A car of Cook, he finished up with 16 from that first heat race. And the 22R car of Durrell, we have a look through these results from the previous rounds.
White tow truck move.
18 points, Durrell. Just a
Just
quick scan of those points. We will give you the updated points as they come to hand, especially through after that second and third round of races tonight. Must mention our sidecar sponsors tonight. Even though they're not out on the track, they'd like to thank David Jones Motors, Shine For You, and Hawke's Bay Doors. And later on tonight, I think it was Bay Tyres and Gala Caterers. Ian's just rocked on in with a nice punnet of hot chips from Gala Caterers. I tell you what, they smell absolutely awesome. Go and grab some of them. Go and grab yourselves a hot dog. And what you do when you get your hot dog and you've got lots of train smash. That's a great jingle. B-Dub Photography do awesome photos that we get to give away in our text phone comps. I've got a Super Saloon photo to give away next time. It's the 95B car and the 21B as well. It's Graham Strong and the Brown family with Jeremy in that 21 car. Another 77G Carl Carpendale mini poster, 2 times Thirsty Whale vouchers, so it's $50 worth in there. Kurunga Park Railway $20 voucher, 15 rides I think that is. Shark City Side $20 voucher, this is a $125 prize pack. Really good stuff in here. We love giving away stuff. If you've got a business, you want to give away something at the Speedway, by all means get in touch with me either through my Facebook page or just simply bring some stuff up into the combox prior to a meeting and we'll gladly give it away and do a little spiel about your business at the same time. Our main sponsor is the Thirsty Whale Restaurant and Bar through our text phone comps. If you want to win this $125 voucher, so we've got the drone flying around just in front of the combox again. Organised chaos in here, showing off all my paperwork that's everywhere. How am I going to give away this prize pack tonight? So, Novus Glass, sponsors tonight. What is it on the front of your car that they replace? There you go. It's all about Novus Glass. What is that big thing on the front of your car that they replace and you need to go and see Novus Glass to get that done? So simple. If you get that wrong, well, we don't have to give you a prize just for getting it wrong, really. Just a little bit more work going on that track. Look at the 22B driver profile this time. It's Mason Grimmer, 22 years of age, born in Rotorua. His occupation, he's a quality assurance manager. Hobbies are rallying, speedway, football and mountain biking. He started racing not too long ago, October the 23rd, 2022. So basically started at the beginning of the season. Favourite track is Meeanee. Titles or achievements, nothing yet in Speedway, but I've won a few rallies and got a few podiums. Brilliant. So he's got the skills. We look forward to seeing his progress. And in fact, the New Zealand Champs tonight is only his 5th ever meeting in Speedway. What a meeting to throw yourself in at the deep end, Mason. He'd like to thank his dad, all the organisers, officials and volunteers who make events like this happen. Other information down the bottom here, he actually lives in Taupo and he's really enjoying driving the TQ. We're really enjoying having you here, Mason. Good luck tonight. 50-50 raffle. Well, it's not as big as the last one, but the winner of the raffle tonight has scored themselves $370 cold hard cash. Thank you to the hard-working Napier Riding for the Disabled girls that go around and sell the 50-50 raffle ticket. Have you got a green heart? Followed by the number 24, D for David. Green heart, 24, David, D for David. If you've got a green heart, followed by the numbers 2, 4, D for David, you've just scored $370 cold hard cash. Well done. You can claim that now from the pit office or at the completion of racing, but please do not leave it late or even forget, because if you forget, then that money just goes straight to the Napier Riding for the Disabled, and that has happened before. So it won't be too long before we're back into racing, just bringing this track back. Another of our driver profiles here. It's the 19A of Harry Hodson, another hard young charger in the TQ ranks. Just 18 years of age from Auckland. He's an apprentice builder. His hobbies are iRacing. Go and eat on Saturday before you come back to the Speedway. A couple of them are our text phone competition sponsors. One of them is Jacques City Side. You find them just in Stortford Lodge. So when you head back into Hastings to the Stortford Lodge area where the BP is, they're just about half a block from there. And you go and see Marianne Poslak and the team, and they do fantastic food. They do burger meals, snacks, restaurant meals, kids menus, weekly specials. They have tea, coffee. They've got a bar, of course. It's casual, formal. They do it all there at Jacques City Side. If you do go there, tell them that I told them about you. Told you about them. Also go to the Thirsty Whale Restaurant and Bar. That is my naming rights sponsor. They're on the quay in Ahuriri by the inlet there, the marina. They have some fantastic food, award-winning seafood chowders at the Thirsty Whale. Love those seafood chowders. Great place to just go and relax for the afternoon once the car prep's done, or maybe mum and the crew that aren't working on the car during the day, they might want to go out and do some shopping in Napier, and then maybe head on over to the Thirsty Whale and have themselves a tasty little lunch and a quick refreshment. Can't be too far away from racing. I hear some TQs firing up, race fans. Here we go, Heat 4, Novus Glass qualifying, Groups A and E. 8A on pole, 22R on 2, 25A from 3, 57A off 4, 66B will go from 5 with the 84C car on grid 6, 12C on 7, 1NZ will go from grid 8, 15B off 9, 17B from 10, 7A goes from grid 11, 71M on 12. 77G from grid 13, 14B off grid 14, and 15A. A race winner already from grid 15. Now it's going to get interesting to see who's made the right changes to chassis setup. This track has changed since that first round earlier tonight. Those of you that were here for our midweek meeting a week and a half ago when the sprint cars were here, remember the fastest lap time of the night was 13.3 seconds. That was essentially 2.5 seconds quicker than the fastest TQ lap in that first round of qualifying tonight. And the average top speed for those sprint cars was 108 kilometres an hour. Insane pace. Best sprint car racing I've ever seen in Hawke's Bay. Front row for the 8A of Cook. 22R Durrell, it's a solid front row. We saw in that first round of qualifying that it was the outside that was getting the advantage down into turn number 1 with the momentum going to the outside. Keep an eye on Webb though, back there on row 4, the K&T Drainage 1NZ car. Had an incredible drive in the feature race at the Hawke's Bay title midweek last week, when he had to work his way from around grid 12 and was challenging for that championship right on the final corner on the number 6 of Dwayne Todd, who won the event. Webb just never gave up. That is why you become a 4-time national champion. And that win that he did in Western Springs about 4 years ago now was one of those never give up races. That championship was gone, it wasn't his. He kept pushing, he kept pushing. The driver that was out in front, I can't even remember who he was, made a slight mistake, and Webb pounced and took that title. We'll get a clearer indication of who's on form after this second round of racing. So Cook on the inside, Durrell on the outside. Then back to row number 2 for Grushinsky in the 25, the 57 of Forsey, 66 of Meekin, 84 of Morgan. Formation looks good, facing a starter this time, acceleration has been laid. Let's go racing. They drop the green. Cook gets the best run up the inside, but Durrell will mash the pedal. Whoa! Bicycling, cars up on 2 wheels. Down the inside, Cook's through. Webber's already up into the top 4, from grid 8 to 4th place already for the 1NZ. Cook out in front, Durrell in second place in the 22R. They're struggling down there. That was Forsey in the 57A. Opened the door for Webb. Meekin slots up through into 5th place. 6th place there is Honeybell in the 71 car. Then it's a 21. Is that 25, Grzyzinski? And the sister car to the 21 and 12. Durrell is trying to hunt down the race leader. They're already going sub 16, 15.99 for Cook out in front. Durrell has got pace though in second spot. Third place is Webb. Fourth place for the 57 of Forsey. Meekin in the 66. Honeybell works him over. Meekin struggling, makes a mistake. Honeybell had to get off the gas. Has another go around the outside at 1 and 2. Honeybell side by side. Meekin slams the door shut. Oh, Meekin had a good line up the inside that time. You can hear these race cars working hard. Here comes Honeybell again. Back there in fourth and fifth spot. Fifth and sixth. You can see them working. The Keen Composite 71 car of Honeybell now goes high. Down the inside, there's a pass further back for the 15A of Ryan Baker. Heat 1 race winner, working his way back up into the top 8 after coming from grid 15. It's still Cook in the 8A out in front with 5 to go. 22R Durrell, can he pick up some more valuable qualifying points? 1NZ Webb in third. 57A Forsey, 71 Honeybell, 66 Meekin inside the top 6. So they already dropped the spot to Honeybell. Well, Cook's just got to keep it clean. The Gerard Roofing at number 8 car, as they have 3 laps to go in Heat 4. Durrell settling into second place. 16.3s for Cook, 16.2 for Durrell, 16.3 for Webb. Honeybell closing in on the 57 of Forsey. 2 laps to go for the race leader. They come into lap traffic, the 77 of Carpendale. They're going to catch Carpendale with 1 to go. And this could change things up in the race order because Durrell has closed up on Cook. And Durrell is faster. 1 lap to go, the white flag's out. Cook has got to make his mind up. Cook gets into the back of the 77. Slows him up briefly. It's race on for the final turn. Cook's got by. Durrell tries a mid-track line to gather up some pace. It'll be close across the stripe. Webb's been caught. Webb's going to drop a spot. Webb has turned over the 77 of Carpendale, who really was just a mobile chicane off that final turn. He was trying to stay down low. 8A, Dylan Cook is going to win it. 22R, Durrell finishes 0.069 behind. Almost caught the race leader. 57A, Dylan Forsey was third. He made a very last lap pass on the 1NZ of Jeremy Webb, who got caught up with the 77 of Carl Carpendale. Ryan Baker, solid points from the back of the grids on 15 to 6th. 66 Meekin was 7th, 14 Chris Whiffen was 8th. Spargo 12th, 15 Hayden Mullard 13th, 7A Saul Smith was 14th, and 15 Carl Carpendale, I think will still be 77G Carpendale, I think will still be credited possibly with 15th, even though he was a non-finisher. That was Heat 4, Novus Glass TQ Championship qualifying, groups A and E. B and D will be up next.
side by side with it, going around.
Just watching a replay there of the incident between the 77G of Carpendale and the 1NZ of Jeremy Webb. So we'll just wait for the official result of that to come through. We know that there's a few interested people looking at that. D, you're $370 richer, and you really need to come and claim that. Here we go, Heat 5, Novus Glass, New Zealand TQ Midget Championship qualifying round 2, groups B and D. Starting from grid position number 1, the 97A of Ben Morrison. Grid 2 start for the 24B of Gary Cadman. Grid 3 for the 18A car, Sean Cook. Grid number 4 for the 19A. We read out his profile just before, Harry Hodson. Grid 5 start, looking for some points this time, the 17G of Dylan McGregor. Grid 6 start for the quick 27W, Vaughan Smith. Grid 7 for the 12A of Nathan Broth, with a Grid 8 start for the 52N of Jonty Austin. Grid 9, 51B, Lee Erskine, and grid number 10 for the 46A of Aaron Humble. Grid 11 for the 14A, Jacob Lecreen. The grid 12 start for the 7G of John Taylor. Grid 13 for the 6B, again some work to do for Dwayne Todd. Grid 14, the 11B of Adam Coonan. Grid 13, 22B, Mason Grimmer. And a grid 14 start for the 91B of Scott McIntosh. That's how they've racked and stacked them for Heat 5, round 2 of qualifying, Group B and D, Novus Glass. Looks like could be a clutch issue for the 51 car there of Erskine. Still circulating through the infield. Webster Law, one of the sponsors on the 97A car of Ben Morrison. Morrison picking up 16 points in round number 1. Looks like they'll send them round at least once more. Plenty of open wheel speedway to be seen next weekend as well at Robertson Prestige International Speedway with the Manawatu Mini Sprint Championship and the Manawatu TQ Championship. I haven't seen TQs at Robertson Prestige for a long time. Unfortunately, I've missed them the last couple of times I've been there. I've been doing something else, either a kart meeting or we were racing here. I'm not sure which one it was. So very much looking forward to that next Saturday night. And also the Manawatu Saloon Car Championship. There'll be a few Hawke's Bay cars heading through for that. Acceleration line has been laid. 97A on pole, 24B on the outside. The inside is going to get the faster run to the turn. They drop the green this time. Let's go racing. Look at that from row 2. The 18A car. Sean Cook on the gas. Anticipated that beautifully. Made the pass on Morrison. Morrison throws it back up the inside. Slide job. Retakes the lead. Cadman running the fence. Oh, and he's going to stall it up high. We go caution. And that'll be a full restart. We didn't... Was that lap 1? We just completed lap 1. So that's going to be interesting. As we do, I think, go back to a full restart. That undoes all the good work that the 18A car, Sean Cook, did. He absolutely threw it down the inside at turn 1. Came off the second row. Cadman was always going to find life a little tough on the outside there on that front row. Got squeezed up out on the outside down here at 3, started rubbing the fence, and either has a mechanical issue of some sort or some steering damage to the front of that 24 car. So tow truck ride for Cadman in the 24. Leave space on that front row, and that gives a clear view now for the 19A car of Harry Hodgson on 4. Sending them round once more. Heat 5, Novus Glass, New Zealand TQ Midget Championship qualifying. With the 5-round format, it's fair to say you can have 4 good races and have issues in another one and still find a favourable grid. Just got to make that top 16 to make sure you're up on those first 8 rows at least for that feature race tomorrow night. Coming around and face the start this time with a gap on grid number 2 where Cadman was. Caution lights are still on. They're not going to let him go this time. We've got an issue down here for the 52 car. The Nelson number 52, John D. Austin, goes infield. Trying to figure out where Austin finished in the first race. He only picked up 11 points, so Nelson, number 52 car, is going to have to start scoring in those remaining 3 qualifying heats over the 2 days. Did something fall off that car? Stocks at Robertson Prestige. Kind of not what you want to be doing in a TQ. There found it very hard to get off the fence. Would have been a little bit of a heart-stopping moment there from the Bid Food car. This time, facing the start, see Austin there in that 52 in. lights out. Let's go racing again. Here's another great start on the inside for the 18A car. Cook makes his move to the inside as they bounce around the track down there at turns 1 and 2. Hodgson's moved up in a second in the Ortex Acoustics. Oh, it's tight. The 11 car diving through. Royden Crawford, or was that Coonan? It was Coonan, the 11B. Humble working the high line in the 46 car. Goes around the outside of Smith in the 27. Toddy up the inside, makes his pass on Lecren in the 14A. Lecren keeps his foot on the gas. They stack up. We're going to go caution. Well, that was a rack and stack, and Toddy, I think, was the unfortunate victim of it. Doesn't look like any damage as we look at that on the screen. Oh, yeah, has he got front steering damage? Well, it doesn't look right to me. He's back up on the gas. That got into the back of Smith in the 27 car. Toddy had nowhere to go. The 11 of Coonan, who was trying to get off the track. Good images though from Kiwi Motorsport Media, those of you that are watching on the stream. And we'll go restart again. Side-by-side restart with Hodgson on the inside. Don't forget, if you want one of those motorsport calendars, there may still be some left down here at the pit office, just $20 each. Great work there done by James Selwyn. So they come down and face the start this time. We're only 2 laps into it. We've got 10 to go in this qualifying heat race. Heat 5, Group B and C. B and D. So they drop the green. Morrison in the 97 car. Absolutely storming out in front. Pulled about 6 car lengths on the field. Hot Toddy's car looks to be okay. He's up to 4th spot. Oh, contact. Smith goes to the grass. Smith back out on the racetrack, trying to redress that situation. Morrison in the 97A car, fastest on the racetrack, 16.1. Just drops that down to sub 16, 15.99. Hodgson in second place in the 19A car. Then it's the 6B of Toddy. 27W Vaughan Smith in 4th, trying to catch the efficient moving and storage car. Dives to the inside. Could be a little bit of payback favour going on here soon. Those two making a little bit of contact early on. Morrison is checking out 2.5 seconds down the racetrack. Hodgson will be just looking for some valuable points. Finished up with 17 in his first round of racing. Third place, still Todd. Then the 10 Tools 27 of Smith. 46, Aaron Humble. The 18 car of Sean Cook, the 14 of Jacob Lecren. Four laps to go for Morrison. Really opening up that gap now in Heat 5. It's 3.4. Oh, big crash! 12 car. Was that the 12A? It was the 12A. Nathan Broff taking the wildest of wild rides. See movement in the car, that's good to see. The pack and send he certainly did. Recovery crew straight away on the job. may get to see a replay of that. I think that possibly was a track issue. Car looks relatively straight despite that massive ride that he took. Just catch the end of that replay there. We're looking out at the track, watching them waffle stomp that back in. Ride that was. So we certainly hope that he's okay. High drama race this one. 97A Morrison, the race leader. From 19A Harry Hodson. 6B Dwayne Todd. 27W Vaughan Smith. 46A Aaron Humble. 7th. 91. Scott McIntosh in 8th. Yeah, good to see he's out of the car and getting applause from the crowd.
Raffle door 24D, Green Heart. As you have 24D, Green Heart, please come to the paddock, please.
Still waiting to find out who our 50-50 raffle winner was. Green Heart 24D. D for David. Check your tickets. Shouldn't be too far away from the restart of this heat race. Still got another text phone prize to give away as well. That includes another awesome BW Photography A4 photo. That's the 242P and 5B Super Saloons. It's Ashley Hellcrow and Stephen Flint in that 5 car. It'll have a 2-ride Kurunga Park Skull Railway voucher in it. That's worth $40. Jark Cityside $20 voucher. $25 Thirsty Whale voucher. 77G Carl Carpendale mini poster. Maybe I'll go and give one of those to Jeremy Webb. Total value, $120. If you've got a blue Hyundai license plate HCJ976, you're blocking a car on the Napier side. A blue Hyundai license plate HCJ976, it's blocking a car on the Napier side. Allied Security have asked if you could please move it. Trying to resort out this grid, so it should be, according to the lap timing, it should be 97 Morrison, 19 Hodson, 6 of Todd, 27 Smith, 46 Humble, 18 of Cook, and it looks like they've got that sorted out now with Morrison electing to start on the outside. No clutch on that. Is that the 51 car? 51 car of Erskine, who will go to the infield. The Tumu Timbers car. And they're dropping light flyers. We're down to 8 cars here in the restart of this race. 5 laps to go. Hodgson on the inside. Race leader Morrison on the outside, effectively race leader. I'll send him round once again though. You can see the issues these drivers having to contend with. Great thing about a 2-night championship is there will be so much work done to this racetrack tomorrow with that weather forecast. It's going to be beautiful here in Hawke's Bay. We certainly deserve to have good weather after probably 5 or 6 weeks of rain. And we're going to have an amazing track lined up for tomorrow night. Can Morrison get the run off the start right around the outside of Hodgson? 3rd place is Smith. Toddy's gone back to 4th. Humble in 5th. Humble battling around the outside of Cook in the 18A car. Oh, they get tight again. It is getting touchy there off turn 2. Morrison trying to stretch away. 3 to go. Toddy now dives down the inside at turn 1. Smith took a wider line. Todd saw the gap. Couldn't throw the car up the inside though for the move. And Smith now in the 10 Tools car is going to go to work over the 19A of Hodgson. Smith is definitely fast. Whatever power plant he's got in that race car, it's one of the quickest here tonight. And he goes right round the outside at turn 2. Oh, squeeze! Oh, he's gone! Huge! Huge rollover. Smith squeezed up in the wall. Nowhere to go. Let's certainly hope that he is okay. That was huge. Well, what I do in these situations when we just want to make sure the driver's okay, we stop talking, we play a little bit of music. Wow, so good to see these drivers get out of these race cars. Really, really hope we get to see Smith back in that. Sport media. Yeah, don't say. Outside. Have to really slow that down to count how many barrel rolls that was. It's just incredible. Car's looking a bit second hand, but they can fix these cars pretty. Those of you watching the live stream at home as well, you would have felt that through your screens. Okay, Jeff from Kiwi Motorsport Media reckons there's 8 rolls there. That's about how many he gets from the bakery every morning. So 3 laps to go on the screen. Still into Heat 5, Group B and D. Round 2 of the Novus Class New Zealand TQ Midget Championship qualifying. See if the caution lights go out next time by. The formation looks good, down to 7 cars. Lights are out, we're going to go racing next time by. 3 laps to go, Heat 5. So we lost the 19. Did we lose Hodgson as well? Hodgson must have been relegated. I don't know how that happened. Toddy was on the front row. So Morrison is out in front. Todd now works side by side with the 46 of Humble. Humble's had to work really hard in this race, coming from around grid number 10. Up on 2 wheels, Morrison. 1 lap to go. He's just got to keep it on the racetrack. Toddy wants these points, He wants to get by the 46 of Humble. Long time race competitors between those 2 of Humble and Todd. Fierce rivals on the track. Checkered flag for Morrison in the 97. Finally prevails in Heat 5. 46 Aaron Humble from grid 10 through to 2nd place. Huge points gained for the 46. 6 of Dwayne Todd finishing up in 3rd. 19A Hodgson will finish 4th. 18A Sean Cook was 5th. 14A Jacob Lecren for 6th. 91B Scott McIntosh, your final finisher in 7th. DNFs for 27 Smith, 12 of Broth. Jeremy Webb finishing up in 4th. 71M Peter Honeybell 5th. 15A Ryan Baker for 6th. 66B Tony Meakin was 7th. 14B Chris Whiffen was 8th. 25A Kate Brzezinski was 9th. 84C Ben Morgan for 10th. 12C Kimberly Yateman 11th. 17B Craig Spargo finished 12th. 15B Hayden Millard was 13th. 14th place for the 7A was Saul Smith, and a DNF for 77G, Carl Carpendale. Final text phone giveaway tonight. Another one of those beat up photography photos. This is the 242 PM5B Super Saloons. $40 worth of Kurunga Park Scale Railway tickets. Jacques City Side $20 voucher. $25 naming rights Thirsty Whale voucher. 77G Carl Carpendale mini poster, value $120 for this prize pack. Real simple question. What does TQ stand for? What is that short for? TQ, it's short for something. What is it? Text it in. You could be our last comp winner tonight, and I've got lots more great prizes lined up tomorrow. Heat 6, groups C and F. Final race of round 2 of qualifying for the Novus Class New Zealand TQ Midget Championship. Pole position start this time for 36A Cole Morrison, with the 44A of Caden Barker going on the outside of row 1. Grid 3 for the 7B of Michael Gurnett, with a grid 4 start 71B of Sam Barry. The 11A of Royden Crawford will go from 5. 74 Ryan McGregor will go from 6. 21A Dana Larry off grid 7, with the 33B of Caden Otter from grid number 8. 24G starting from grid number 9, that is Robert Gom, with a grid 10 start for 4A Troy Pennington. Grid 11 for the 56A of Regan Tyler. Grid 12 for 33C Tyler Warnock. Grid 13, 81W Damon Smith. Grid 14 is the 28B of Christine Barge, and a grid 15 start for the 4B of Glenn Dudding. Tow truck crews are definitely being kept busy tonight with these open wheelers. So we look at a beautiful sunset here in Hawke's Bay. We haven't seen that for such a long time. Have a look at the points from that first round and have a look and see where the 36A of Cole Morrison finished up. 19 points for a second place finish for Morrison. A win here tonight in this round firmly put him right up there in the points chase. The 44A car of Caden Barker, he scored 17 in round 1. He'll get to go off the outside on grid 2. '71. Let's have a look how 71 of Sam Barry did in that early round. Trying to look through all these points here to figure out where he is. .13 points for Sam in that opening round. Solid points for the 71. We know he's got pace. just approaching 9 o'clock. We haven't got that many races left after this one. Just having a look, around about 8 races after this. And our third and final round of the Novus Class qualifying. So 7 races to go after this one. Looking at the crew go to work on the 27W car, straight away putting it up on the jacks and going to work stripping parts, seeing just how damaged that race car is. Good work there from the roving camera down in the pit. Kiwi Motorsport Media bringing you those images. Morrison on pole, Barker on 2. It's a fast front row. Keeping on Sam Barry back there on 3 as well in the 71 car. I want to make the start on the 7B of Gurnett. So set him round once more. Is that the 28 of Christine Barge? Barge has got an issue and will stall it. Had a DNF. Well, it did not start, in fact, in round 1. Is that the same issue that she will have now in the second round? One of 4 lady races in this championship. Motorworks team just trying to restart the 28 car. They would have got a start that time by because Craig Todd out there, former 2-time national TQ champion himself, laying that acceleration line and had actually given them the finger, the 1 lap to go sign. And then of course the 28 car of Barge just stopping before that acceleration line and not able to restart that car as they push it to the infield. That's the second DNS. Did not start for the 28 car. Should be absolutely gutted. Hopefully the team can figure out what that issue is and get Christine back into this meeting for rounds 3, 4 and 5 over the next 2 nights. Again, the 1 lap signal. Heat 6, Novus Class qualifying. Group C, Group F. Lights out, we're going to go racing this time by acceleration line has been laid. Morrison on the inside. Barker on the outside. Throw the green. Morrison with a good start down the inside. Barker has to slog back up in behind for second spot. Barry has dived through for third. Barry catches that rut. The same rut that caused that issue before. And he goes wheel to wheel with the 74 of Ryan McGregor, who forces his way up the inside. McGregor needs points. Had a DNF in round 1. Morrison in front. Well, they are brave drivers here in this qualifying night. Here comes the 56 of Regan Tyler storming round the outside. Tyler up on the high line off turn 2. Brave man to be out there. Still got his foot on the gas there as he works over the 71 of Sam Barry. 7 of Gurnett goes wide, drops the spot. Race leader is Cole Morrison. Caden Barker in second. Not too far back in that online stabilisers car. Third place is Tyler Warnock in the 33C. Then they're stacking up in behind McGregor in the 74. 11A Royden Crawford's there. So too is Sam Barry. Crawford gets squeezed out and goes high off turn 2. Drops a spot. That's Tyler that comes through. Tyler goes mid-track. Storming around there. 2 wide. 2 wheels. It's all about the 2s. Morrison still leading. Barker is closing in on him. And here comes the 33 of Warnock. The Christchurch car is quick. Regan Tyler round the outside of McGregor. The 56 car moves up top 4. Top 3 have pulled a gap on the field. We're half race distance. There'll be 5 to go next time by. They're catching the lap traffic. Glenn Dudding will go a lap down. And it does get interesting when they have to dive by those slower cars. Caden Otter looks like he might have an issue as he just backed it down in that 33 car. 4 laps to go for the race leader, Morrison. Track's gone away a bit this time, 16.6. The race leaders are going to catch the 33 of Otter just as they're coming off turn 4. Morrison swings out wide, so too does Barker. Third place here is Warnock in the 33. Then it's the 56 of Tyler. 74 McGregor, 11A Crawford, 71 Barry. 8th place is 4A Pennington. Two laps to go. The challenge is on for third place. Barker's trying to hold out the 33 of Warnock in the Wanna-Dig car. White flag, 1 to go. And again, they catch a slower car out in front. Race leaders got to negotiate cautiously by, especially off turn 2 where they tend to swing out wide. But Morrison dives up the inside. He doesn't care. He'll take them any way he can. Morrison in the 36 is going to win Heat 6. 44A Barker for second. 33C, Tyler Warnock finishing third. That's a great drive for Warnock to come from grid 12. 56A, Regan Tyler finishing up in fourth from grid 11. Fifth place is 74, Ryan McGregor. Sixth for the 11A, Royden Crawford. 7th, 71, Sam Barry. 8th, 4A, Troy Pennington. 9th, 81W, Damon Smith. 10th was the 7 of Michael Gurnett. 11th, 21A, Dana Lowry. 12th, 4 of Glenn Dudding. And 13th finisher, 33 of Caden Otter. DNFs for 24, Robert Gong. And did not start once again for the unfortunate Christine Barge. That'll complete round number 2 of the Novus Glass New Zealand TQ Midget Championship qualifying. So we have a look at the program. I am expecting it will be youth mini stocks, and yes, they are lined up on the grid. That's coming out next, thanks to 007 Paintball.
It is Streetstock, 722 AMD. After the Streetstock, it is T2 AMD on the grid. T2, CNS, your results going on the board. T2, CNS, your results going up now.
.007 Paintball Mini Stocks out on the track. Here's your results from Heat 5 of the Novus Class TQ qualifying. B and D, 97A, Ben Morrison taking the win from the 46A, Aaron Humble. Third place, 6B, Dwayne Todd. Fourth was 19A, Harry Hodson. Fifth, 18A, Sean Cook. Sixth was 14A, Jacob Lecren, with a 7th place finish for 91B, Scott McIntosh. DNFs for 27W, Vaughan Smith, 12A, Nathan Groff, 51B, Lee Erskine, 11B, Adam Coonan, and not classified, Cadman and Jonty Austin. Let's go racing, mini stocks, 98 out into the race lead. Butch will lead him down the back straight. Here's the move up the inside, Macy, Penn. Well, Racy Macy hadn't won a race in Hawke's Bay until last week when she won 2 in a row and was so unlucky not to podium at the Hawke's Bay title. And I tell you, once you win a race, you just want to win more. But she's got a tough contender here as the 98 of Deegan Butch around the outside, takes the race lead. Penn back to second spot, third place is the 11 car. Tom Blair moving up into third, tight race there for third and fourth and fifth as the 14 car of Ron and Dittmar comes storming around the outside. Butch is trying to stretch away out in front. Macy Penn in second, coming under a little bit of pressure there from the 11 car of Tom Blair. 2 cars locked together, head infield. I think one of those is the 19 of Olivia Tester. I can't see the number of the other car. But it looks like they've locked the wheel gates together, the front wheels. Oh, 24 car, almost a massive wild ride. Corey Stevenson, heart and mouth moment as they squeeze up against the fence. Singer goes wide, trying to go around the outside of one of the slower cars, and that got tight. Butcher leading on out in front. Macy Penn in second, Tom Blair's in third. 14 Dittmar, 9 McCann, 62 Foster in that 6th spot. Tell you what, Cage Foster definitely improving quickly in that 62 car. You can hear contact again. Counting down the laps. Butcher, Penn, Blair. Dittmar moving up to third now. Look at Butcher around the outside in that 98 car. Absolutely flying. Singer's on the infield in the 86. I missed that. Can't be many 2 laps to go this time. 007 paintball mini stocks. Smith takes the 62 car a little bit wide here off 3 and 4. White flag is out for Butch. He's on his last corner, coming off turn number 4. Deegan Butcher's going to take the win. Macy Penn will follow it up with a second spot. Ryan Dittmar was third. Well, Butch brought his A game that time. Once he got out in front, he just stormed away with it, eventually winning by 3.5 seconds. Aaron McCann in the 9 car was 4th. 76 Corbin Morris worked his way up into 5th. And 48 Riley McLaughlin for a top 6. That was Heat 2. Youth Mini Stocks, thanks to 007 Paintball. Results from heat number 6 of the Novus Glass TQ qualifying. Group C versus F. 36A Cole Morrison took the win. 44A Caden Barker was second. 33C Tyler Warnock was third. 56A Regan Tyler was fourth. 47B Ryan McGregor was fifth. 11A Royden Crawford was sixth. 71B Sam Barry was seventh. 4A Troy Pennington was eighth. 81W Damon Smith was 9th, 7B Michael Gurnett 10th, 21A Dana Lowry 11th, 4B Glenn Dudding was 12th, 13th place for 33B Caden Otter, and a DNF for the 24G Robert Gom, and an unfortunate did not start for Christine Barge. Streetstock Pairs, heat number 2, efficient moving and storage sponsored. That'll be up next, event 17 on your program.
T2 A and B on the grid. It is T2 A and B on the grid. Then it is B and C T2s on the grid.
Streetstock best pairs, heat number 2. So they explode off the gate. '64 car down the inside for the race lead. .858R, Shane Bracken goes round the outside. And the Aussie Spares car running the high line makes it work too as he takes over the lead down the back straight. David Brand goes back to second, Hayden Lowe in the 57B car in third, David Adams in the 87 car in fourth. Swinging out wide through turns 1 and 2. 48W car in there as well. Bracken stretches his lead to 1.3 seconds. Still being held by the 858R car of Bracken. The 64 of Dave Brand running down the inside, trying to close that gap. Here comes the 46 of 46 car Reddington. Reddington making his move to the inside on the 57 of Hayden Lowe. Right behind them, 87 David Adams, 22 Phil Bonner. 26 car has gone to the grass. Thomas McEwen struggling there. He's back in 12th. Testing conditions even for these straight stocks. Big station wagon of O'Sullivan, the 75B car. Showing up in 11th position at the moment. Still the 858R of Bracken in front. 3 laps to go. Contact there. Nice takeout move by the 26 car. McEwen did a great job on the 806 of Franklin. 24 car just slowly, looks like we've got a cone on the track down there on sort of just off the exit of turn 2. Looks like one of the infield cones just sitting there on the side of the track. Shouldn't be an issue. And they'll get the white flag next time by. 1 to go. Still 858R Bracken in front, 64 Dave Brand, 57 Hayden Lowe, 46 Reddington, 72 Darren Melling with a 22W of Phil Bonner in top 6. We're on the final lap. Another spin for the 806. Rusty Franklin gets turned around. As they come to the line, the checker flag is out. It's a storming race win in the end for the 858R car of Shane Bracken. 64 David Brand finishing up in second. 57 Hayden Lowe was third. 46 Brent Reddington fourth. 72 Darren Mowling fifth. 22W Phil Bonner was sixth. 18G Jared Ingo finishing seventh. And a top 8 for the 10V of Jason Dunn. That was Streetstock's Heat 2 thanks to efficient moving and storage.
stock P3, your results going on the board. Mini stock P3, your results going up now. Okay, people in the pit, check all your pockets for your 50-50 raffle. If you have 24D, green heart, come to the pit office please. 24D, green heart, check your pockets, people in the pit.
Just waiting for an updated point sheet to be able to give you those placings after the first two rounds for the Novus Glass New Zealand TQ Championship qualifying. As we look through to now heat number 7, it's the third and final round of night 1. We will see the 57A car of Dylan Forsey go from grid position number 1. This is groups A and D. Grid position 2 for the 19A of Harry Hodgson. 22B car of Mason Grimmer will go from 3. 7G of John Taylor will go from 4. 14B Chris Whiffen will go from 5 with the 71M of Peter Honeybell off 6. Be interesting to see if the 27W car of Vaughan Smith makes his way to the grid on 7. Grid 8, 17B Craig Spargo. Grid number 9 for the 15B of Hayden Millard. Grid 10 start for the 51B of Lee Erskine. Grid 11, 77G Carl Carpendale, with a grid 12 start for the 8A of Dylan Cook. Grid 13, 1NZ, work to do for Jeremy Webb. Grid 14 start for the 97A of Ben Morrison. Even more work off grid 15 for the 6B car of Dwayne Todd. And grid 16 will be the 12A of Nathan Bruff.
We have to get Jeff to
That's how they'll stack up on our grids. Heat number 7, groups A and D. Won't be too long before they let out the gate. See them lined up down here on the dummy grid. Tell all your friends about tomorrow night, 6:30 start. Novus Glass New Zealand TQ Midget Championship, rounds 4 and 5 of qualifying, 2 repecharges, and then that top 20 car field contesting over that feature race to determine who will be the 2022-23 New Zealand TQ champion. Can Webb make it 5 in a row, or will we see a new name on the trophy? Or will it be a name that's been on there previous? Tomorrow night will tell, and you've got to be here for that.
Streetstock P2 results going on the board. Streetstock P2 results going up now.
Well, while I got the chance, I just took a quick walk through the pit area there to see what was going on in the TQ ranks. We see here, certainly if you're watching on the live stream, you'll see the 12 car there of Nathan Broff, just the rear axle assembly being taken out and adjusted on that car. He took a wild ride down here in front of the comm box. I also went and had a look at the 27W car of Vaughan Smith, and that car's being stripped down to basically almost a bare chassis, as I would imagine they get that prepared for tomorrow night's rounds 4 and 5. Hopefully the camera guy might just make a little detour around and go and have a look at that 27W car. I couldn't see Vaughan anywhere. A few gaps are going to be on the grid there then for this heat number 7, groups A and D. Both those drivers should have been out in this race, with Smith starting on 7 and grid 16 for the 12A at Brough. Just having a little look at some of the earlier action as we see some Kiwi Motorsport Media replays. Real keen to have a look at that 27W car on screen for you guys, so hopefully they go around and have a look at that. It's actually right next to the broadcast van. Just bear with us, race fans, while this work goes on the track. Those of you that live in Hawke's Bay, you know how much rain we've had here since our midweek Wednesday meeting a week and a half ago. We never really thought we were going to go racing this weekend, to be fair. And it's just that the base of these tracks are so wet. It's okay when the top of a track is wet, you can work it out, but the problem is the base of the track gets so wet that as soon as you put racing on it, the moisture starts to come up and it causes these issues. Here we go now, just looking on this TV. Shame those of you in the grandstand can't see this, but there's the 10 Tools 27W car of Vaughan Smith. Now he took an absolute wild ride, and they've stripped out the front, the rear assemblies of this car. Motor's still sitting in the chassis, it's still got the panel work on it, but now they're all pulling things out and just wondering what parts do we need to replace, what can we straighten, get this car back in the fight tomorrow, because he's still got every chance of making it through to the big show. And if we look at those first 2 rounds, sorry, we only got the first round still. I really wish I could get that second round of points. Can't be too far away from coming up into the box. He had 15 points from the first round. And as I said, you could possibly afford to miss a race or have a bad race and still make it through. But the problem for Smith is he's going to miss 2. But we will still get 20 cars from this field going through tomorrow night, with the top 16 in points automatically qualify for the feature, and then 2 repecharges to find 2 other drivers from each of those to make our 20-car field. Still scored, I think, 13 points out of that second race as well, so he puts him on 28. Not sure whether it'll put him in the overall. Of course, he will drop back down as he misses this next race coming up, because I know they're working miracles in the pit area, but there's no way they can work a miracle to get him out for this next heat. You can hear them firing up in the pits, coming out ready for heat number 7, Novus Class TQ Midget New Zealand Championship qualifying Group A and D. Run through the grid once again. On pole position, the 57A of Dylan Forsey. 19A will go from grid position number 2. Harry Hodson. 22B will go from grid 3. That is Mason Grimmer with the 7G car of John Taylor on 4. 14B Chris Whiffen on 5. 71M Peter Honeybell on 6. There will be a gap on grid 7 where the 27W car of Smith should be. Grid 8 for the 17B of Craig Spargo. Grid 9 is the 15B of Hayden Millard. Grid 10 for the 51B of Lee Erskine. Grid 11 for 77G, Carl Carpendale. Grid 12 for the 8A of Dylan Cook. Grid 13, 1NZ, Jeremy Webb. Grid 14 for the 97A car of Ben Morrison. Grid 15 for the 6B of Dwayne Todd. And a gap on grid 16 off the back. That is where the 12A of Nathan Broff would have been as well. Heat 7, Group A and D, brought to you by Novus Glass. Now, if this had been a one-night format, drivers like Smith would have not made the feature race. One of the fastest cars out on the track, and I said it at the time that incident happened and unfolded. I was saying it, that I thought the 27W car had one of the fastest motors under him. Let's hope that engine hasn't been compromised in that rollover as well. Going to need to be a big drive from Webb off grid number 13. Todd from 15 in the 6B car to try and stay up with the leaders in this points chase. If I take a look at the grids for tomorrow, Webb has a grid 14. Grid 14 for Webb, and then again he will have a grid 4. Hot Toddy in the 6B car. Just looking through the grids to find out where he is. He will have a grid 6 and a grid 5. Track just looking a little bit better after all of that roller work. Acceleration line is being laid. David Jones laying that acceleration line, former North Island champion. Lights are out. We're coming to face the start this time. Keep an eye on the 19A car of Hodgson on the outside. They throw the green this time. Hodgson gets the better run. Leads him down into turn 1. Big run round the outside on the high line from row 2. Wow, who was that? That in fact was Honeybell and the King Contractors car who came from row 3. Grid 6 to third place in one lap for the 71M car. Another big run round the outside for the 8A car of Cook. They are going quick. Hodgson in front from the 57A. Forsey in second spot. Honeybell third. Here comes the 97 car of Morrison. Morrison storming from about row number 8. Round the outside to pick up into 7th spot. Oh, Honeybell up over the curbing. Dwayne Todd's got his own battle there with Webb, the 1NZ car, as they try to move forward from these rear grids. Stacking up in behind Hodgson, he's not getting away. Honeybell now is going to try that mid-track line once again. Tries to work over the Forsey in the 57A car. Forsey a little bit untidy. 4th place is the 14 of Whitman. He's looking good here in this race as well. Then it's Cook in the 8A, 97A Morrison, 1NZ Webb, 6 Todd. Track looking a little bit one lane at the moment. They got 7 to go. Carpendale staying down low. Race leaders will catch them in about 3 laps time. 51 of Erskine there in 12th. Oh, Todd is losing touch with Webb. Todd is getting away. Webb's getting away on him. And Webb now starting to work around the outside of the Webster Law car. Webb trying to go around the outside of Morrison. Morrison slammed the door shut on him that time. Webb dives to the inside. Morrison gets the gas up through turns 1 and 2. Contact for 2 cars. That's going to work out for Webb, Todd and Morrison. And it was Whiffen that got caught out. Whiffen, I think, making contact with the 8A of Dylan Cook. Dropped them about 3 positions as they catch lap traffic, with Carpendale staying down low on the track in the 77. 3 laps to go for Hodgson. Could give him a big stack of qualifying points in round 3. 2 wide, 3rd and 4th place. Honeybell and Morrison. And the lap car immediately in front of them, that 51 car of Erskine. Erskine drifts up high on the track. Webb again trying that inside line. Diving under the 97 car of Morrison. White flag will come out next time by. Morrison now goes around the outside of the 57 car. Forsey's under threat. Oh, he's up, he's over. Morrison got it wrong. The 91A car. Morrison got it all wrong himself, drifted up high off 4 and did a forward roll. Basically, you don't see that happen too often. Just drifted up high. And that's going to tighten up this field, and we'll go back to 2 laps remaining. This will help out Todd. Todd was losing touch. As we look at it now, and we can see Morrison taking that wild ride. We get a look at that once more. Just drifted high, caught it with the right front, tucked it under, the bumper caught the track, and he was a passenger. That's when you need to play that Iggy Pop song. Good to see he's out of the car and okay, and great that the crowd's given him a round of applause. Really are brave drivers. They're giving it everything on this track, and fair to say it's not conducive to great racing. The crew's working this track as hard as they can to try and make the best of it. I know we'll see a completely different racetrack for them tomorrow. Boom, again, just having another look. Kiwi Motorsport Media bringing you those images. Well, both Whiffen and Cook were lucky to get through on the inside as well, actually around the outside, and they were having their own great race. So we'll look at the restart grid now with Hodgson, who was the race leader. He was a second clear of Honeybell, and Honeybell's had a storming race. He's had a great race, Honeybell, from grid 6 up to 2nd place. He's been working all the racetrack. 57A of Forsey, he actually started on pole, and he's now just been moved back up into 2nd place as they actually go back to 3 laps to go. All right, interesting. We're going back 3 laps, so it's a 3-lap shootout. Hodgson, Forsey, Honeybell. Webb will be up into 4. Todd on 5. Whiffen 6. Cook on 7. Spargo on 8. Millard will go from 9. And Erskine on 10. Carpendale still there as well in 77. Lights out, we're going to go racing again. They throw the green nice and early, and Hodgson was ready. Well, it is showing 2 laps to go, so it went back to 3 and then they reset it back to 2. So it's a green-white checker. Hodgson in front. Honeybell, big move to the... Oh, Honeybell right across the pole line there. Had to redress it. Webb goes around the outside for 2nd. Jeremy Webb, the national champion, fighting to hang on to this title and drives around the outside of Hodgson. Look at that. This is why he's the king. Webb round the outside and will take a checkered flag from as far back as grid 13, I think it was. Brilliant drive for Webby. Wow. Hodgson second. 1NZ Jeremy Webb. Where did he pull that out from? He's got to thank that restart. 19A Hodgson second, 71M Honeybell third, 57 Forsey was in fourth, 6 of Todd was fifth, 8A Cook sixth, 14 Whiffen seventh, 17 Spargo for eighth, 15 Millard was ninth, 51 Erskine 10th, 77 Carl Carpendale will finish 11th with the DNF for the 97A of Ben Morrison. Well, Webb coming from grid 13 to win heat 7 of Group A and D and finish off with a stack of points. Very much looking forward to those combined results at the end of this third round. Thought I might have had him after the second round so we could keep you informed, but unfortunately we don't, and we can't pass them on if we haven't got them. Heat 8 is up next. Novus Glass TQ qualifying Group B and C. Novus Glass TQ qualifying round 3, heat number 8, Group B and C. 74B Ryan McGregor will start from grid position number 1 with the 4B of Glenn Dudding on grid 2. 91B Scott McIntosh goes from 3 with the 17G of Dylan McGregor on 4. 52N John T. Austin will go from 5. 14A Jacob Lecren on 6. 81W Damon Smith goes from 7 with the 11B of Adam Coonan on 8. 46A Aaron Humble will go from grid 9. 7B Michael Gurnett from grid 10. 24B Gary Cadman will go from grid position number 11. I think possibly I saw that car on the trailer. Just have to wait, have a look and see if he's out there on the track. Grid 12 for the 18A car of Sean Cook. Grid 13 is the 56A of Regan Tyler. Work to do there for Regan. 21A Daniel Larry will go from grid 14. Grid 15 for the 33B, Caden Otter, and a grid 16 start for the 36A car of Cole Morrison. That's how they'll line them up for heat number 8, Novus Glass qualifying Group B and C. Penultimate race of qualifying tonight. So just including this, 4 races to go. This race, one more TQ qualifier, Youth Mini Stock, and then Street Stocks to finish out their Pairs Championship. Just been handed the updated points from the first 2 rounds, and big thanks to the ladies down there in the office working hard. 1NZ Jeremy Webb, after 2 rounds, is top point scorer with 56 points. Now we've just seen him win his 3rd qualifying race, which essentially will put him top of the points qualifying situation after 3 heats. No one else can match that. 19A Hodgson, he was 2nd top scorer on 53 after round 2. 71 Honeybell on 52. 6B of Dwayne Todd on 52. 8A of Dylan Cook on 51. 57A Dylan Forsey on 50. 97A Ben Morrison on 45. Top 8 in points was the 36A of Cole Morrison on 39. 9th was 14B Chris Whiffen, also on 39. 10th on points, 46A Aaron Humble on 38. 11th on points, 33C Tyler Warren. 12th on points was 22R Terence Durrell. 13th, 56A Regan Tyler. 14th, 44A Caden Barker. 15th, 15A Ryan Barker. And just inside that top 16 automatic qualifier, the 18A of Sean Cook. It's all going to change though after these final 2 races as well. But what won't change is the fact that the 1NZ of Jeremy Webb will be the overnight points leader. '74, Ryan McGregor needing points. They throw the green this time. McGregor, it's a must win for McGregor. He's in 32nd position after the first 2 rounds. Remember, it did not start in the first race. He's just been passed round the outside. Henderson Carrier's 14 car of Lacreen in front. McGregor back to 2nd spot. 3rd place, 91 McIntosh, 81 W Smith pushing hard. Whoa, we've got the car up the... Wow. That was Lacreen as they bring on a caution. Lacreen, I'm not sure if he got caught out by the track or, well, it looks like he's still running as well, the 14 car. He's going to go to the rear. Might get to see that on the Kiwi Motorsport Media replay. Looked like Lacreen might have just got caught out by the track. Made a great pass around the outside on the 74 McGregor. So they will rack and stack them once again. Really love to see a replay of that just to see what that issue was.
If I I got the shot going right around the outside.
McGregor is elected to go from the inside with the 91 of McIntosh on the outside. Lights are still on, so we're going to go caution for another lap. Humble has moved up. Humble is up into the top 5. In fact, he'll be in the top 4. And he had come from a long way back on 11th position. As we see that replay there of Lecren. He's caught the bounce. Lights are out, we're going to go restart. McGregor gets a good start. Needs to hang on for a race win to try and put himself up into contention. Long way off that qualifying spot right now. Humble's moved up into 3rd. Lecren working his way back up through the field, making the pass on Gurnett, Dudding and Lowry. McGregor's the fastest on the track in the 74 car. Here comes Humble, going around the outside of McIntosh, trying to line him up down into turn number 1. Beautiful line around the outside for the 46A car. 2-time feature race winner here in Hawke's Bay. Goes in charge, goes charging off now on the 74 McGregor. And Humble is the fastest on the track now. Big move by the 81W, Damon Smith, working the outside on the 91 car. McIntosh drops a spot. As Smith in the 81W goes around, and look at that car, around the outside of McGregor. McGregor just got beaten up big time around 1 and 2. Fastest driver is the 81W, using that high line to great effect. McGregor back to 3rd. Then it's the 36A car of Cole Morrison, who's had to come from grid 16 up into the top 4. And he won't be done. He's worked around the outside of McIntosh. Now he's going to work it over the 74 McGregor. That's how you bank some points, when you just go for it around the outside. Caution. Oh, we got debris on the racetrack right there at turn 4. Kiwi Motorsport Media picked it up really quickly. What is that? Can't even tell what that is. And they throw the caution on. That'll tighten up the field. 16.60 fastest lap there for Damon Smith in the 81W car. Looks like a, well, it's hard to say. It looks like a piece of aluminium. Could be a floor tray or belly pan, something like that. Good spotting though by the team. Lucky the driver that ran that over didn't get a cut tyre. Lights out, we're about to go, ready for a restart. Keeping on that 81W car of Smith. 2 great passes round the outside. Got by McGregor, got by McIntosh. Look at Morrison in the 36 car. That's a start for you. Whoa, contact. That was close. The 91 car. McIntosh almost took a huge wild ride down into turn 1, and that would have been under full speed. Or was it the 81? It might have been Smith. It was Smith in the 81. Humble out in front. Aaron Humble from grid number 11. Grid 9 it is, in fact. Making the most of the points. trying to stay in contention with the 1NZ of Webb. Regan Tyler's moved up into second place. Grid 13 to second for Tyler, and it looks like he's got pace on Humble. Does he have the laps? White flag will come out next time by. Humble's opened the door. Tyler up the inside, side by side. You can see how hard they're working the wheel. Oh, we go caution. Car on turn 2, the 18 car of Sean Cook. And they'll go back one. And Humble will retake that race lead. Not sure what really happened there to the 18 car. Looks like he's trying to restart that car as well. I just saw it lurch forward then under power. Wait to see if we've got a replay of what happened to the 18 car. Tomorrow night, those of you that will be tuning into the stream, we will be doing lots of driver interviews after night 1 of qualifying. We'll do that all pre-meeting tomorrow when we have those points from the first 3 rounds, so we get an idea of who's on form here and who's really just in survival mode to make that top 16 automatic without having to go through the cutthroat reaper charges. Caution lights are still on. Bit of a late one tonight, race fans. It couldn't be helped with the track work that needed to happen. Oh, how tight was that? Looking at that live stream footage, just squeezing through around the outside for that 7 car of Gurnett. Lights out. We're going to go racing next time by. It will be green-white checker. 2 laps to go. Humble on the outside, Tyler on the inside. Both drivers making some big gains. Humble makes a great start. Does he have the race pace though to hold out Tyler? Tyler looks faster into the turn. As they charge down the back straight on this restart. Humble needs 20 points. 1 lap to go. White flag is out. He's opened the door for Tyler. Tyler to the inside. Humble made a slight mistake off 4. They make a little bit of contact up there at 1 and 2. Humble back out in front. Brave driving indeed from these 2. Final corner, Humble backs it down, tries to stay off that rut, and will bring it home for 20 points in heat number 8. Tyler picks up the 2nd spot. 36 Morrison. Well, that was a race of drivers from rear grids. Grid 9 for a win for the 46A of Humble. Grid 13 for 2nd place for 56A Regan Tyler, and grid 16 for 3rd for 36A Cole Morrison. 14A Lacrene finished up in 4th spot. Not a bad result there for Jacob, making his way back through that field. 81W Damon Smith was 5th. 74B Ryan McGregor 6th. 91B Scott McIntosh 7th. 11 Adam Coonan was 8th. 52N Jonty Austin was 9th. 7 Gurnett was 10th. 21A Dana Lowry 11th. And 4 of Glen Ross starting. Well, he'll finish up in 12th, and a DNF for the 18A of Sean Cook. Then 20 on your program up next, Novus Class New Zealand TQ Championship qualifying. The final qualifying race tonight of the 3 rounds of qualifiers. 84C of Benjamin Morgan will start from grid position number 1 with the 11A of Rawdon Crawford on 2. 12C, Kimberly Yateman will go from 3 with the 24G car. Robert Gomp from grid 4. 28B, Christine Barge. Can she get a race done? Did they sort that issue for the 28B car off grid 5? 7A, Saul Smith from 6. 22R, Terence Durrell will go from 7. Grid 8 for the 4A of Troy Pennington. Grid 9 for the 15A of Ryan Baker. Grid 10 for 71B, Sam Barry. Grid 11 for the 33C of Tyler Warnock. Grid 12, 66B, Tony Meakin. Grid 13 for the 44A of Caden Barker. Grid 14 start for the 25A of Kate Brzezinski. That's Group E and F, third and final heat. So some provisional results just from those drivers that have already completed their third round of racing. We know that Jeremy Webb, the defending national champion, will finish top on points after night one with 76 points. Closely followed by the 19A of Harry Hodgson on 72, just 4 points back. 71M, Peter Honeybell, finishes on 70. He'll finish up third tonight overall. 6B, Dwayne Todd on 68. He will also be in the top 4 in the points after night one. 8A, Dylan Cook on 66. He'll finish up in 5th. 57A, Dylan Forsey on 67. Actually, Forsey will leapfrog into 5th place and Cook will be back there in 6th. But we'll wait for those official results as these drivers strive to make that top 16 field the cut-off for automatic qualifying. No one really wants to go through those repper charges, and the repper charges really will put you back there on grid 17, 18, 19 and 20 with a lot of work to do in that feature race. It's not impossible, it's been done before, we've seen it. Novus Glass, bringing you New Zealand TQ Racing Championship action here at Meeanee Speedway. Really hope we'll see you back tomorrow night, 6:30 start. We've got a full field, 31 super stocks locked in tomorrow night. Big night of Speedway. Continuation of rounds 4 and 5 for the TQs qualifiers, those 2 repper charges, and of course the big one, to crown a national champion.
On the grid.
Just like to thank the hard-working track crews here tonight as well. Peter Black and the team, recovery vehicles as well. They send them on their way. Heat 9 of qualifying, Group E and F. Front row start for that 84C car of Benjamin Morgan. 11A will go on the outside. Royden Crawford. Heat 8 confirmed result. 46A Humble took the win. 56A Tyler second. 36A Cole Morrison third. 14A Jacob Lecren. That was a great comeback for Jacob, finishing up in 4th. 81W Damon Smith finishing 5th. 74B Ryan McGregor 6th. 91B Scott McIntosh 7th. 11B Adam Coonan 8th, 52N John T. Austin was 9th, top 10 for 7B Michael Gurnett, 11th 21A Dana Lowry, 12th was 4B Glenn Dudding, and a DNF for 18A Sean Cook. A lot of these drivers just currently on that bubble of being in the top 16. With the 84 car of Morgan on pole, and currently after those first 2 rounds he was down there in 24th position. That's a must win for the 84 car. Crawford, he was also in 25th, so he dropped the green this time. Storming run round the outside. There is some grip up high if you take the chance. Pull a brave move around the outside. Oh, big roll. Huge roll in front of the com box. The 33 car. Tyler Warnock in the 33C car, taking a big wild ride. Came into this race 11th on the points. This is going to drop him out of the top 16.
Yeah, I got it.
So we have a look on the Kiwi Motorsport Media replay. Let's hope he's okay as well. Shake of the head and a nod there from Tyler. Straight out of the car. Give him a round of applause, race fans. Just got caught out by the track down here at turn 3. And that's unfortunately going to drop him out of the top 16 after tonight. He came into it 11th in the points with 38. He had to take some chances. He was back there on row 6, so he was on 11th on that grid. Go back to a full restart. Such is the quality of this field that the top 16 certainly are going to earn that spot, and we're going to have some very fast cars in those record charges. So with the amount of laps we're running tomorrow night in that feature, even if you start on grid 20, we've seen it happen before in open wheel racing, especially when you have 2 or 3 restarts through a race. You can slowly work your way forward, snatch a podium, if not a championship from the back. So we hope that 33C car is okay for tomorrow night. Tyler Warnock's still got 2 more races tomorrow night to try and make up those points. He's got a grid 7 start tomorrow night in round 4. And then having a look at, he's got a grid 9 start in round 5. A little bit of work to do to that race car overnight and tomorrow. I'm sure the drivers would like to thank everybody that's given up their homes or their workshops and race sheds for these guys to work on their cars over this weekend as well. No doubt we'll hear some of that during the prize giving ceremony tomorrow night. We'll be playing a national anthem tomorrow night, of course, before our big feature race. Durrell in the 22R car, just having some quick attention there. Craig Todd just having a look at something on that car. Durrell starting on grid number 7. So it will be a full restart. They'll have to go back to their original starting positions. Still with the 84C of Morgan on pole. 11A Crawford on 2. 12C Yateman 3. Gap there where the 24G car was. Should get a start this time by. Lights out. Full restart this time, so they're going to start them back on that acceleration line. Morgan makes the start as they're peeking out on the revs down into turn number 1. Oh, it's tight through there. And it's Morgan out in front. Here comes the 11 car of Crawford. Crawford's higher up the racetrack. Durrell's already moved up into the top 3. Durrell's on the gas from grid 7. And again, we see Crawford work the high line. The 11A car. Draw gets squeezed. Cautions. We've got a car in the fence at turn 1. Is that the Yateman car? The 12C car of Yateman. Kimberley in the wall, looks like it. We'll confirm that. Could be the 25A of Krzyzewski. It is the 25 of Krzyzewski. Wasn't until we saw and looked on the live screen that we could see that it was the 25. Durrell's got bodywork hanging off.
Hit the board real hard. I'll tell him. That's not good. Work right to your face. Make it punching line.
So you can see some panel work on the side of that Durrell car. Acting a little bit like a sail. That's what Todd was looking at before. Didn't seem to think it was an issue. See the unfortunate 33C car there of Tyler Warnock. Parked on the infield, the Vortex contracting car. BEC Fabrication. Wanna Dig. Jobson and Co. Real Estate. He grabbed his own bit of real estate down here at turn 3. Slow there to pick up the back of that car of Krzyzewski. She was down in 11th, the 25A. Novus Glass repair and replacement. Nice looking ute parked up on the infield. Fast guaranteed, certified Novus Glass. Finally got the B25 car hooked up. Goes to the infield, DNF for Krzyzewski. From a distance, those tail tanks did look similar from the 25 and the 12 of Yateman. Hasn't been a good night for the pack and send cars. Durrell will be looking for another good restart in the 22R car. Lights out, let's go racing. Morgan with a good start. Durrell bouncing around the racetrack. Big move again up around the outside. Really is a fast line if you're brave enough to take it up there at 1 and 2. Durrell covers the inside. It's that Selectro 11A car of Crawford. Then up the inside, the 15A of Baker. Tightening up in 5th and 6th spot as well with Pennington and Barker. Well, there's 3 of them trying to run that high line now. Crawford stays up high, goes around the outside of Durrell. Durrell stacking them up behind him. He drove a conservative corner, dropped 2 spots, might even be 3 now as Pennington, the 4A car, looks to dive up the inside. Durrell really got caught out. Graham Hill roofing car out in front. Ben Morgan from Christchurch. 11A Royden Crawford in second spot. 44A Caden Barker in third. 15A Barker and Baker in fourth place. Durrell in fifth. Dropped those 3 places. 4A Troy Pennington sixth. Pennington moves up into 5th place. Durrell dropping down into 6th. We've got a car running high. That was 44 Barker. Right up high off turn 2. Oh, the 11 car Crawford got it wrong. Baker stormed through on the inside. The 15A car makes the pass for second. Can he go after the 84C of Morgan? Morgan hasn't been the quickest, but he's been driving the smoothest line. He's been letting everyone else do all the hard work behind him. Again is the 44 of Barker bouncing up through turn 4. And Baker in the 15A car has caught the race leader. Baker needs the points. He came into this race 15th in the points. Could force himself up into the top 10 with a win here. Three laps to go. Baker is all over the back of Morgan. Caden Barker's in third. A little way further back. Then it's the 11R Crawford. His challenge evaporated a couple of laps ago. 2 to go. 16.63 for Morgan. 16.78 for Baker. Glowing discs on the back of that 15 car. Sparks flying. Red hot. You can see how red hot that disc is, especially as it goes up into turn number 1. Final lap. One last chance now for Baker in the 15 car. It's going to go to the 84C, possibly the first driver tonight to win from pole. Baker takes the Morgan taking the win. 15A Baker second. 44A Caden Barker third. 11A Royden Crawford was fourth. 4A Troy Pennington fifth. 22R Durrell surprisingly back down there in 6th place. 12C Yateman finish out 7th. 7A Saul Smith 8th. 71B Sam Barry 9th. Top 10 66 Tony Meekin. DNFs for both 25A Grzinski and 33C Tyler Warnock. Penultimate race of the night. It's 007 Paintball Youth Mini Stock. As soon as we get those updated points from the 3 rounds of the TQ qualifying, thanks to Novus Glass, I will read those out. So hopefully we get them before the end of the night so that I can read them out from the stream as well. Heat 4 Youth Mini Stocks. 007 Paintball are great supporters of Youth Mini Stock racing here in Hawke's Bay. You see them on the pit gate as well. Just a great place to go and let off some steam. 007 Paintball. Tough night for our TQ drivers tonight. Really do take my hat off to them all for just getting on with the job. Very testing conditions out there tonight on that track. 2 more rounds of racing tomorrow night. Try and make amends for issues that drivers had after night number 1. And no real surprise to see the 1NZ of Jeremy Webb defending that championship, finishing up as top point scorer tonight. Driver of the Night award up for grabs as well for our mini stock drivers, and it's not always about the ones that win the races or the ones that are consistently up the front. I also look through the field to find out which of these youngsters is a big improver, and I've got my eye on one car right now, and the pace that they've shown tonight is just like night and day from what they were at a couple of meetings ago. They've gone from tottering around on that pole line like a lot of our new drivers do to now being in the mix and racing. Charging up into turn 1 and 2. Is that the 86 of Singer out in front? A couple of cars locked together down the back straight. Singer with a great start. 39B in second spot. Jalem Dudding. Another really cool looking mini stock. 7B, Caleb Keane in third. Corbin Morris battling side by side in the 76 car. Then it's the 42, Hawke's Bay champ Seth Ireland. 88 Memphis Trent Grove. The usual suspects at the front in Heat 4. Keep an eye on the 21 car of Tom Steele, moves up into top 10. Great race for second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, back to 12th. They're all in it. It's currently in second place, Jalem Dudding in the 39 car. Jalem really coming out of nowhere and having a great night as well. Dittmar flying around the outside in the 14 car. Here comes Morris. Morris in the 76, round the outside of Dudding, takes over second spot. Past one of the back markers as the 14 of Dittmar gets caught out. Tom Steele's being taken to the grass. Is it Steele in the 21? I think it was. With 42 of Seth Ireland, 2 of the fast drivers getting caught out. 5 to go. Singer, Morris, Trengrove, Dudding. It's a busy racetrack right now. 87 car just running down on the pole there. One of the new drivers, Kennedy Brown, getting quicker every lap. Another driver having issues up the top. Still 86, Bradley Singer. Singer with 3 to go. Crosses the stripe. Morris in second spot. Under pressure though from Trent Grove in the 88. Then it's starting in the 39. 7 of Keane. 14, Dittmar. Dittmar moves up in fact to 5th place. King drops to 6th. 7th place is Aaron McCann. 8th place, Lachlan Timmins. Morris moving over the 88 car of Trengrove. Just under 2 to go. Here's the race leader down here in front of commentary right now. White flag due to come out for the 86 of Singer. Corbin Morris is a long way back, 6.7 seconds back from the race leader. That's how good the 86 of Bradley Singer's going right now. Final corner. Mid-track line. And the 86 Singer brings it home for a Heat 4 victory in the Youth Mini Stocks, and the fans are up in arms. 76 Corbin Morris will finish up in 2nd place. 88 Memphis Trengrove for 3rd. Ryan Dittmar will finish up in 4th. Jalen Dudding 5th. 7B Caleb Keane 6th. Aaron McCann having a good night there in the 9B car for 7th. Top 8 for the 22 of Lachlan Timmins. Well, just the one race to go now. Streetstock's their Peers Championship thanks to Onikawa Metal Recyclers.
Hit the log out, mate.
Onikawa Middle Recyclers bringing you Streetstock's heat number 3.
Group elimination results going up now.
$75B O'Sullivan on pole position here in this third race. Melling out in front. Conditions are being testing for this class as well. Smelling leading from the 46 of Reddington. Reddington went quickest on that opening lap. Melling with a half a second lead. Got those points for you. There's been some amended points, and of course the points tallying up is slightly different in those TQs, so we'll tell you about that in a minute. Has meant a change in that top qualifier after the first 3 rounds. Oh, hard hit down here in the bottom turn. Big roll. Over they go. It's been a night of those. Oh, he's still driving it, the 26 car. Thomas McEwen took a wild ride. Just checking to make sure he's okay. Oh, big rollover. Window net goes flying. Big lump of clay. See it again. Great images here from Kiwi Motorsport Media. Checking out, make sure all the drivers are okay before we get ready for that restart. Half race distance, 5 to go. So drop the green once again. Let's go racing. Melling in front. Chased closely though by Reddington in the 46 car. Car has been turned. Dropping through the field, Jared Ingo will make his way back out onto the track. Here's your race leader, the 72 car of Melling. These two could be looking good for that Peers Championship, especially with the 46 of Reddington running shotgun as his teammate. Three to go. A lot more contact in this race than we saw previous. Reddington's got a lap car there as he has to go around the outside at turn 1. Charging right up high on the fence. We want to go for Melling next time by. Getting ready to put that white flag out. Final race, final lap of night 1 for this Novus Class New Zealand TQ Championship. Streetstocks, Onikawa Midori cyclists on board for the Peers. As they come down the back straight for the last time. Melling wins the heat. Reddington will finish runner-up. And both teammates in the Peers could consolidate and give them a title. Third place, 64 Brand, 22W Phil Bonner in fourth. 858R of Shane Bracken in fifth. Sixth was the 75B of Adam O'Sullivan. Seventh, the 87B David Adams. Top 8 for the 806 of Rusty Franklin. Well, there you go, race fans. That's the end of the night's racing. Looking forward to tomorrow night when we complete rounds 4 and 5 and the all-important rapid charges and feature race for the Novus Class New Zealand TQ Championship. Those of you watching on the stream, we've got a hot document right here in our hands, the amended points, the correct sheet of points as well. Top point scorer after 3 rounds of the TQ qualifiers, the 46A of Aaron Humble, with 58 points. 1 point further back in second, the 36A of Cole Morrison. On 56 points and currently third in the points chase, 1NZ Jeremy Webb after an amended result. Fourth is 56A Regan Tyler, also on 56 points. Fifth for the 15A of Ryan Baker on 54, joined with the 44A of Caden Barker, also 54. Seventh in points, the 19A of Harry Hodson on 53. Eighth is the 71M of Peter Honeybell on 52. Joined also with the 6B of Dwayne Todd and 22R of Terence Durrell. Now, if Durrell had not faded to 6th, he would probably be up there in the top 2. 11th in points is the 8A of Dylan Cook on 51. 12th is the 57A of Dylan Forsey on 50. 13th is the 84C of Ben Morgan, who won his final race, and that's hauled him up into that top 16. 14th, 14A Jacob Lecren on 47, and he's tied with the 33C of Tyler Warnock, also on 47. And the 16th and final position at the moment, inside that automatic top 16, the 97A of Ben Morrison on 45. On the outside looking in, the 11A of Crawford, 4A Pennington, 91 McIntosh, 71 Barry, 18A Cook, 14B Whiffen, 66 Meekin, and the 81W of Damon Smith. The next 8 cars that are only 8 points out of that qualifying spot right now. That's all to play for tonight. Tomorrow night, of course, with rounds 4 and 5. But again, your top 3, 46A Aaron Humble, 36A Cole Morrison, 1NZ Jeremy Webb. Make sure you tune in tomorrow night, Kiwi Motorsport Media. If you can't make it to the track, make sure you buy the live stream because it's going to be an awesome night of TQ racing. And again, I really take my hat off to those drivers tonight for getting on with the job here on a very testing racetrack. those that tour up race cars, we hope to see you back on the track tomorrow night as well. It's a good night from us here at Meeanee Speedway. We'll see you tomorrow night, night 2, racing from 6 o'clock. Live stream usually from around 5 o'clock. We will be giving you extensive driver interviews prior to that event so that we can keep you up on the play with what's been happening overnight or during the day on car prep, driver prep, etc. It's going to be a big one, thanks to Nova's Glass.